Hello, this is George Senda, the guy from Pittsburgh. Sorry I'm late, but this month has been one craziness after another. And the latest one, I got a letter from housing. I have $260 in the bank. I had to draw into the $90 I got for the book. That's not a problem. Tomorrow I will go get my train ticket because Auburn didn't give me the money he promised me for cat food. Now, excuse me, I have to switch from the bed to my video area. And so I get this letter from housing. I gave them a counter check because I'm out of checks. And earlier, I don't remember when, someone stole my checks. Or I lost them. So I get this letter from housing saying your check that was submitted for $244.25 was returned to the bank as non-sufficient funds. So I'm going quietly nuts right now, going, where did you put this check? Because there's been money in my bank all month to cover this check, and I don't get it. So I'm sorry I'm late. I had another problem today twice with eBay. I got that straightened out. I'm bidding on 2 MacBooks. My MacBook keyboard is out. It works part of the time. I can't type the number 2, an E, an X. And unlike the old G3 clamshell iBook that I got rid of, I should have kept it. You could, in the old days, you pulled 2 tabs out and you could replace the keyboard and you could turn the thing over and replace the battery. They had to wait. But Apple wants to make sure you have to go to the Apple store and pay them for repairing things. And I watched a video on this 2009 MacBook. You disconnect the battery, unhook several other cables, remove the hard drive, remove the entire motherboard by removing about 30 screws and tabs and stuff. And then you pull the motherboard out, you pull the hard drive out, and then you can replace the keyboard on this white MacBook. And if I go to fix your Mac, I've already talked to them. It's $99 plus tax, and then I'd have to order what's called an uppercase, which includes the keyboard less the trackpad. The trackpad works fine. And I was not being hacked the last broadcast. My keyboard was going out. And that's another $25. So we're talking $125 plus, plus tax, so I can type. So I'm going a little crazy. Yeah, well, no, I had to draw against the $90 I got for the Art Bell book to buy food and cat food money because Auburn didn't pay for cat food. I ran out of money. I get money tomorrow. I'll have the train ticket, but the $100 will eat into my ability to pay for the hotel room, and that's been the whole issue. And then Curtis Thornton, after first saying, I want you to go to Alien Con, then said, I forgot my wife wanted to go to some function this weekend or do something. Well, I can't do the broadcast. This was supposed to be live call-in where people could call me. And to call me, they would give me $10 in donations to PayPal to help me pay for the hotel room. Then he said, well, I can't do it this week. It's Memorial Day. And then he said, I have issues with this program in Windows. This is why I use a Mac. Other than physical things with the MacBook and the Mac, I never have pretty much problems with the Mac. Then he says, I have to test this and get it working. And then he said, I think he said, I've tested it and it works, but now I don't have time to do the 1-hour program as I promised. So I sent everybody his emails showing that the man is a liar. He had no intention to help me, and he's a sewer gabber. And once a sewer gabber, always a sewer gabber. And I have some friends in that site, but they're few and far between. So, by the way, hello, Carlo. So that's the deal there. Now I've had a Zoe and somebody else saying they're going to send me money, but I doubt if it's going to be $209. If I don't pay my credit card and call them up and saying I'm having a major problem and you'll start getting money again in July, that's the only way I can pay for this trip if people don't help me. So, but I am not happy. And when I say I'm going to, now I said I'm going to be on at 7, then I said I'm having a problem. It was with eBay and I had to go feed the kitties. But usually I try to keep my word. It's just things happen that delay me. And like not waking up or taking a shower or whatever. And or dealing with the bank. That took 11 minutes. I came back here at 7:45, had more than enough time, and had to take my camera light, put it on my debit card. I couldn't read the number, and call the bank. And that took 11 minutes or more to call the bank, and that's why I was late. So I'm going quietly crazy. When I started when Curtis started the GoFundMe thing last year, it was intended to have me and him go to the convention together, pay for his airfare, his hotel room, my hotel room, his ticket, my ticket, and the haters from Bellgab immediately started, why are you doing this? He's a con man. He's never going to go. It's never going to happen. Just like they said, the George Norrie interview would never happen. George Norrie wouldn't pay for my broken glasses and replace my glasses for me. All of which happened. Everything I say is going to happen sooner or later. And I had people donate for a previous pair of glasses, and White Crow asked for the money back immediately, knowing full well that I really couldn't afford to pay him back immediately. And I asked him, can I make it in payments? And he said, no, I need the money now. And the man supposedly owns a bank or something and is rich. So this is the kind of BS I have to go through. People don't keep their word. And they make promises like, I'm going to come over and help you clean. We're going to take you to the store. We're going to take you to dinner. I'm going to buy you lunch. We're going to help you do your laundry. We know you're having health issues, and none of it ever happens. So it's liars and the real con men. And it's sad because the people that attack me are sociopaths. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Hold on. That's weird. I tried to type something on my keyboard and it put a Craigslist address on it. That's very strange. And earlier, last night, the other night I did the program, I couldn't use this keyboard. Now, I don't know if that's going to show up or not. Let me, when I type plugged into the MacBook, I'm not seeing the chat. So I'm going to have to, and I'm not seeing the scroll bar. This is craziness. Let me. Yeah, well, it's okay. There we go. All right, the external keyboard is working. That means that I have to drag this thing to AlienCon. I used to have little tiny wireless keyboards, but I lost the code for them. And you have to have the little code to get them to be wireless. So I may have to go to Fry's and see if I can find one. You used to be able to find lots of Mac wireless keyboards. They're hard to find. It's the only reason I would ever switch to a PC. And I used to have keyboards that would work on either. But if you lose that paperwork, it won't pair with your computer. All right, where is everybody else? Well, Abram gave me a story, and I believe it happened, but I mean, like, why would you do this? He said he gave his debit card or his bank card to a friend to put gas money in his Ford Bronco that he's trying to restore, and the guy took more money out, and he couldn't give me the $25 he promised for cat food, and I had no cat food left. So I had to draw into that and buy groceries, and that went to $90. It would have paid for my train ticket. So after I pay my rent and my internet bill tomorrow, and last month's rent, which should have been paid, and I'll do the rent on Monday. I'll do the internet bill tomorrow, so that gets paid. That's $90. It's going out as fast as I'm getting it. Then that leaves me with let's see, 244, 240, 340, 445, $570. So this should I would come up with my money for the hotel room and money for the train fare and money for food, but that would leave me about $230 for cat food. Oh yeah, and tomorrow Chewy will take out $30 for my dry food, or 25 or something, because I'm almost out of dry food for my cats, and I leave food out every day for Mama Cat Kitten and Fluffy and little girl who go and eat out of the bowl, and I leave dry food as extra food for the kitties at the senior center, and Tiny and Talkie. So it leaves me like $230 a month, and I'll pay my Capital One bill. That's $25, and I promised to pay $59 for one of my other credit cards. This all started when it got stolen or lost when I had my surgery. I lost my rent money order, and it just cascaded. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know why I'm not seeing the scroll bar, which is very odd. And normally I could see all this, but it's not showing up on the screen, which is so I can't. Let me see if. Wait a minute. Excuse me a minute. I gotta figure out where this is. Numbers. Okay. Well, that's interesting. There's a numbers lock in this keyboard. Doesn't work. The cap lock works. The mouse works, but I don't. I do not see a scroll bar in here at all. So if anybody else comes in here, I don't know what to do. I also don't see a hide chat button. Normally I can restore this by hide chat and leave chat. What's this thing that popped up? I got some weird box at the bottom of the screen. Okay, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, that's bookmarks. Get rid of bookmarks, but I've got some box on my screen. I don't know what box is. Okay, hold on. Mac tracker. Well, I've got two Firefox windows open, which is odd. Let me close one of these. Okay, that's gone. Another Firefox window open for email. I'll keep one of those while we look something up. By the way, I looked at Walmart. They have refurbished MacBooks, and the cheap ones are crap. Don't work. So, and well, Kathy's having her own issues. She got a letter saying her rent would be $1,700 a month. She freaked out. I said, wait a minute, that's got to be for non-people on Section 8. And it turns out I was right. And she got mad at me because I became a running joke. I'm always right. I am your Lord and Master. And and she does. And I say, look, this is probably, you're jumping conclusions. You're panicking when you don't have any information whatsoever. And you need to call house. and find out what the hell they did. Well, housing called her, and they told her that it does not apply to her, and she would not be getting a rent increase. But she completely freaked out, thinking that afford to pay the rent, and they raised the amount that other people pay by $600, which is a huge rent increase. And it turns out that there's no rent increase at all in her case. So, so tomorrow I will pay. I haven't decided. I found an airfare for like $47 from LA to Oakland, and if I can find that tomorrow, I will pay for airfare to go back. I really don't want to sit in a train for 26 hours and then I have to call the Sheraton and cancel my. I had reserved a room originally for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I have to call them and say I can only attend. I can only go for Saturday. So, no, it's not a nice part of town. Well, it's a nice building, but it's Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is most of the low income people. But a lot of people who work in San Francisco are now moving to Pittsburgh and the next town up, Antioch. They can't find an apartment in San Francisco, so I guess that's raising rents. Talkie's fine. Talkie saw me tonight, and Tiny, and the lady that lived, the girlfriend of the guy that lived in the apartment where I feed them, she has been throwing out my TV dinner dishes. And she said, "Oh, those are yours. I thought they were garbage." I said, "No, they're not garbage. I leave them 2 dishes. I've run out of the foam $1 a pack dishes that I leave the other kitties. I had one left tonight. I had to use TV dinner trays. I washed them out and reused them for the cats. I had nice cat dishes, but somebody stole them." So, hello, Peyton. So that's the problem with the cats, but they're fine. Talkie comes up to me and he starts headbutting me and he wants petting. It makes Cassie very angry because all he did at the house was hiss at her for a month. And he hissed at me too until I finally picked him up and said, "You were going to be nice, and I'm taking you back to Tiny One." And he's very happy. I just worry about him and Tiny One because Talkie runs across the street to see the other kitties, and I'm worried he's going to get killed like the one did. So anyway, now I'm going to type. This is a test anyway to see if this will type my. All right, that is my Gmail address. And if you're inclined and able, donate anything you can to help me pay for my hotel room and the trip. Under normal circumstances, the money for the Art Bell book would have gone for this trip, but I run out of money by the end of the month, and that's because I've got too damn many credit cards to pay off. And then craziness like, "We didn't get your rent check," and the letter's sitting over there, and I just called and left a message saying, "I don't know what account you sent the $244.25 in to, but my bank says no check was submitted and the money's been sitting there all month." So this is the kind of craziness. I have mystery checks going somewhere. I have people promising to do live podcasts, and then they dangle me for 2 weeks and then say, "I don't have time." He said, "First, all I have time to do is an hour." And an hour would take, if you take calls and everybody talks for 5 minutes, that's 12 people. That'd be $120. So everybody would have to talk to me for 3 minutes in an hour. And normally Curtis does podcasts that are several hours long. So I think it was all an excuse and all BS. He didn't want to do it. He just did it to screw with me and make me think I was going to get help when I wasn't. So we will type the words that the sewer gabbers hate. And in the description is also will be PayPal address, which is http:// whatever the hell it is. Excuse me, I slept all day. I'm still sleepy. I was up all night trying to find a MacBook in case I couldn't get this to work. Buy a MacBook, which would be cheaper if I get it right. Now, oddly, I've got one. This one guy keeps bidding. I hate people bid you up and bid you up and bid you up. And it's $73, and the other one is $2.50. And they normally go for $200. So, so at this point, anything would help. And then after this convention, I am never going to another paranormal convention unless I have a lot of money saved up and all my credit cards paid off. I am done with this. I'm done trying to rely on other people to donate when they're not going to donate. Excuse me. And by the way, I mopped the kitchen floor last night, but cold water doesn't do it. I have to re-sweep and re-mop the kitchen floor. So, yeah. I'm sorry for blowing my nose on camera, but my nose gets full of stuff because of my sinuses. So, that's the deal. And it will cost me 16 times 4, $84 to feed the cats for the month. I mean, cat food, wet cat food. That's all the kitties. So sometimes I give them extra cans because Orangey is hungry or somebody else is hungry or Talkie is hungry, but I won't be able to do that this month. So, no, that $1,700 rent is the maximum for people not on Section 8. They're raising the rent there to $1,700 a month. Now, the maximum here, if you paid full rent, the last I looked was $900. So, and I pay $240. I don't know where. No, 2019. No. 6 weeks. I'm frazzled. My nerves are shot right now. They were already shot. I started having a small mini breakdown the other day because I was just so overwhelmed with all the crap that's been going on. Someone's outside my door. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna find what that's all about. Sorry about that. It was some guy out in the street talking to himself or talking to his car on his phone or something. No, I'm not in a psychic attack. I'm just having a small nervous breakdown because there's too much BS going on. I can only deal. I can deal with one or two crises at a time, but I mean, when I have the iPad go out, that goes out tomorrow, by the way. That will cost me $25 to send out. The home button has to be fixed. I've already paid the repair. That's not a problem. It's sending it off. I got to give him $20 or $25 to return it as soon as possible to get it back right away. That's one. Then I step on the iPhone, break the screen. That's 2. The Mac died. That's 3. And then this keyboard died. That's 4. And 4 devices, all bad. And unfortunately, unlike the past, I always have backup devices, and now I don't. I got rid of all my Macs, and I should have kept one Mac in case one would break. And what I'm going to do before the convention, and Kathy is stay for the weekend and feed the cats for me. And I'm going to go to Food Max. I'm going to get apples, oranges. I'm going to go buy a small cooler and put ice packs in it and get bologna and cheese and bread and packets of mustard and mayonnaise and relish and take some coffee, instant coffee with me. I don't know if I'm going to have a coffee maker or not in a hotel room. They usually do. And I got to have coffee on the trip. If I have to pay for train coffee or beg them, give the conductor $10 or something and say, I'm a poor and poverty-stricken man, just ask him hot water for instant coffee. And I'll take some creamer down in some kind of container. I don't know what, probably a mason jar. And I got to buy a new tripod tomorrow, too. So, and I'm taking the Kathy lunch because we haven't gone to lunch in probably 6 months. And we both need a day to go and just relax and not forget about all the BS. She'll do video tomorrow before we go out to eat. But I'm just ready to start crying because it's just, there's too much crap going on. And I don't deserve people promising me to do stuff and not do it as a human being. Forget about if you like me or don't like me. You don't do that sort of thing. And I wouldn't do that to anybody online. I would, if I said, I'm going to do a podcast and we're going to do it and people are going to call in and pay you for the time, and I would set up 3, 4, 5 hours, whatever it would be, if I would do it. Now, I've got a mixer I don't know how to use, and if I ever figure out how to use it, then I have to have my Mac repaired or replaced. Now, I'm looking at newer Macs on Craigslist, on eBay, on Amazon. I don't have the money yet. So, and people say, borrow against the car fund. Well, I had to borrow against the car fund this month or last month to pay the interest on coin loans I took out for Kathy when she got evicted. So there ain't no borrowing against the car fund. That ain't gonna happen. She said, I found a car today for $44.95, and Kathy said, if you hadn't borrowed against the car fund, I'd have that money. We'd have a car. We'd have a car tomorrow. So it's just one problem after another, and it won't improve for a number of months till I start getting more money. So Patty does not have a MacBook. And Patty didn't have a car. So the only way we're going to get to storage is I have to come up with the $80 train fare for each of us. It's $40 each way to Sacramento. And then take a cab. Oh, by the way, Uber, for your information, I got an email on that. Uber, to support their drivers, has raised their rates. So if you do Uber, you're going to be paying more. And we'd have to take a cab from West Sacramento Amtrak, from Sacramento Amtrak to West Sacramento or storage. It's about 3 miles. Go to storage, move all the stuff, because as things go, the other Mac is way in the back of the storage unit. And then we'd have to call another cab to take us back to Amtrak, and I have to carry the MacBook in my arms. Now, I might rent a dolly for the day and strap it to the dolly so I don't have to carry it on the train, and then take the train all the way back to Amtrak, and then Kathy have to stay the night. And then after I rested a day, go to her house, call up AT&T, and redo the settings on the Mac that's in storage and take my Mac that she's using, because she's got all, and I'd have to get a portable hard drive and back up the Mac she's using and then hook it up to the other Macs to restore that Mac to where she'd have her settings. It'd be a pain in the ass, $200. So, Ratty Patty's not good. Ratty Patty, I hate each other. She's not going to do a damn thing for me. I told Kathy, though, the time will come in July or August where we have to go to storage and get my other Mac out. I've got to have a working computer as a backup. and give you that Mac, and I take back the one you're using. That Mac in the storage works fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But she borrowed my secondary Mac when she had to move because she put the other Mac in storage. I have no extra Mac, and to repair my other Mac is going to cost me $250. I thought of launching a knockoff Uber service to my disabled homeless friends. You let them sit in the shopping cart. You push them to their destination for a fee plus tip. That's funny. That might work. But I have pushed Kathy in a Costco shopping cart. It's not comfortable and it's very painful. And Costco shopping cart is the only cart that Kathy would fit in. I did that when I'm too tired to walk. So I pushed her. We found a Costco shopping cart on the way to Costco one day when we didn't have a car. And I pushed her in the shopping cart. She said, I am never going to do that again. So you might have something there. Of course, the problem is 6 week, are the homeless going to pay you? They might stiff you. They might all be Bellgab. There might be homeless Bellgabbers out there. Oh, God. I get attacked by homeless trolls. And 6 weeks get stiffed by homeless trolls who have internet service but no money. Oh, my God. So I don't know where people are. The reason I'm doing this otherwise is to now I can live stream on this, but tomorrow the MacBook goes off for repair. So I wanted people to let you know that. And when I get it back, then I can live stream. But it seems like I fix one problem and another problem pops up. And also housing said, because you had a bounce check, you can't write a check to us for a year. And they charged me $37. I said, wait a minute. The check was never submitted to the bank. It's driving me crazy. I've told Kathy to tell Patty that I found the cookbook. But the problem is, for the fight we got into, you know what? I didn't take my blood pressure pills today. Hold on a minute. I got to do that. My feet are swollen. Just a moment. My water pillow, actually. If you've ever wondered what happens when an equal gets wet, this is my bin of condiments, and there's an equal and a Splenda attached to it. I'll go in the trash. And I looked up, I just took my cholesterol pill because they're worried about my high cholesterol. You might have a stroke. And that's something I go in on the 4th, and Kathy's going with me. And I'm going to tell the doc it's time to crap or get off the pot. I have been denied my license for years because someone reported I had a stroke when I never had a stroke. So it's time to test me for a stroke once and for all. And you've had the paperwork sitting there for 2 years. My previous doctor submitted a DMV. A DMV wanted information on every health issue I've got, asthma and everything else. My doctor submitted that. And then they said, your cholesterol is too high. So I actually looked up, and they didn't tell me what the hell cholesterol is other than it's plaque in your arteries. But they didn't tell me how to correct it. And I find that all the stuff I'm eating is wrong. Butter will cause problems. Milk will cause problems. The Meals and Wheels give me free milk every week. And I'm ready to scream my favorite thing of all to eat, microwave popcorn. My cheese causes problems with the fat and salt. So I'm going like, everything I'm eating is, and they said red meat, so I can't have a steak, I can't have roast and processed meats. And I'm going, what am I supposed to eat here? Now they said I can eat strawberries and apples, and I forget the third thing, oranges, I think. But if I eat too many oranges, then it causes acid reflux. So it's like, ugh. So I'll talk to doctor and say, okay, I've been taking these cholesterol pills since January. It's time to check my cholesterol level. And if my cholesterol is low enough that I'm not in any danger of having a stroke, and since I haven't had a stroke, it's time to sign the paperwork off so it can be sent to the DMV and they can restore my license. Then I got to fight the requirement to have them take a written test and pay them $75 because I had a state senator said they would fight for me on that because I should have never been suspended in the first place because I never had a stroke. And some busybody clerk at the DMV overheard me said I thought I had an effing stroke. It's my sciatic nerve going down my leg, and they and if she hadn't done that, I'd still have my license to this day. I would just renew it every couple of years, and that would have been the end of it. So I'm not happy. So it's, I got to deal with that. I'd like to be able to drive before I die. And Kathy wants her to drive the car. And then I'll have to probably, this eye is not improved at all. And and it was supposed to improve. And the eye doctor switched surgeons on me. So I got to deal with that. And I'm going to file a grievance when I see her because I've asked her why you switch surgeons. And she said, well, they go on a rotation every 2 months. I said, what's that to do with me? Am I Sandy Koufax and you're rotating a picture? No, you're screwing up my vision. So that I have to file a grievance for the first time before I institute a lawsuit for screwing my vision up. I cannot read small print. I can read it on this computer, but normally if I'm in low light, I can't see books. I can't see paperwork. I have to use a flashlight or something. Okay, Patty doesn't like me. She's pissed off at me about the fight we got to on my birthday because she took books out of the car and magazines. My stuff that was going to go into storage, she took it all out of the car on her own volition after I told her 5 times, do not touch the stuff in the car. And to top it off, she made Kathy help her remove the stuff out of the car. She had a bug up her ass. She didn't want stuff that was in our car that I paid for in the car. And when I saw her, I blew my stack at her and started yelling at her. And she got in her car and took off. That was on my birthday, by the way. So, well, I've talked to Kathy about Uber, and she doesn't want to do it. And now she's come up with some things she found in her women's magazine, how you can go to attorneys and you help them evaluate juries and they pay you for it. And I said, I don't know how that's going to work out. And I'm working on something else to start selling stuff, and we'll see if that works. And if I manage to do it, I make money, more power to me. But I don't know if it's going to work out either. And there's another thing. If Kathy drove for Uber, I'm not getting money to start no container compound out of Kathy. That ain't going to happen. It took me 40 years to get her to put gas in my car when she would go off to Milpitas, to the mall in Milpitas, and buy Pokemon and leave me with no gas. And I come home and I get up and start my car and the tank and be empty after I just filled it the night before. And I'd call her up and say, what'd you do? Why is there no gas in my car? Oh, I went to Milpitas to buy Pokemon. So why didn't you put gas in the car? I forgot. And then this is why I would start yelling and screaming at her. I'd finally blow my stack. And it took years before I got her to say, if you use the car, you put gas in it. Oh, it's the man's job to put gas in it. No, it's not. You use the car, you refill the tank. I don't want to hear about the man's supposed to do this. The man's supposed to give you the unlimited charge card. That's all BS. Well, the other thing, I don't want her driving for Uber in Pittsburgh. People get robbed, mugged, and raped up there. So I don't want her doing that. It's not safe. Pittsburgh's a high crime city, and I would not feel comfortable having her do that. And then the other problem, unless she makes an awful lot of money from Uber, they would lower her Social Security check, and she just got a second check based on her earnings. That's going to give her $20 a month. She didn't want to screw with her Social Security, and they might remove her medical benefits too. So she's not going to be driving for Uber. No, I'm not going to be her co-pilot. You don't understand. Kathy thinks that when she has her money, it's her money. And she cringes every time I've had to draw on the car fund for an emergency. And I put it back in the next month usually, but I don't want to give you money. Why are you asking me for money? You're always asking me for help. I don't like helping you. And it goes on and on and on. So it's like, this is why when I get more money, asking me for money. You're always asking me for help. I don't like helping you. And it goes on and on and on. So it's like, this is why when I get more money, I don't have to ask for help anymore. It's a pain in the ass. So, you guys out there have no idea what I go through and what I've gone through over the years with Kathy. $400 phone bills, huge PG&E bills that I had to pay for, and I finally forced her to go out and find a job. So I could implement the Uber rides into my channel, live stream for your entire shift, you and Kathleen cracking wise and getting the stories from your passengers. Well, most people are not going to want their privacy invaded being on YouTube while they're riding in the back of a car. That's not going to happen, 6 weeks. Sorry. Now, I will probably, it would hurt, but I'll probably come up with the $75 this month to go live streaming anywhere in my iPad. So if the convention center doesn't have Wi-Fi for the attendees of this convention, then I can live stream anywhere in the country on my iPad, and that means I can go to YouTube and go live on my iPad anywhere. And I presume that maybe with my MacBook I could also use the same account. I'll have to ask T-Mobile. And after I get the 4x4 next year, we're going to go. I may have it towed. I have to go to San Luis Obispo, and I think that's where it is, and take the 4x4 down there and install a Mac Pro, not a Mac Pro, a iPad Pro in the dashboard. It's never been done in Toyota of any kind. And have them film the build, which they will do, and then I will have an iPad built into the dashboard of my car, and then all I have to do is push a button to live stream, and you'll see me live streaming while we drive around in my 4x4. So, hello, Dewey. And Kathy feels that all of my money is mine, and all of your money should be mine. And if there's anything left, you give me all your money. And if you can't pay your rent or eat and wind up on the street, well, then you need to go get more money. It's what she's told me. She has this bizarre idea about money and men and the place of men in society when it comes to a woman. If you love me, you'd give me more money. And I'm like, I finally had to put my foot down a number of years ago and say, look, how it works out is I get money, I pay my bills, and then if there's anything left over, then you get money. It doesn't start with, I get money and give it all to you and I have nothing left for me. How she came up with this bizarre idea, I don't know. But that's how she feels about men, and men are the unlimited charge card. And when the money runs out, go out and get another job. Go get 2 jobs. Do 3 jobs and give me all your paychecks. It's odd. Oh, I got a story to tell you. When Orangey the cat followed me to the liquor store last night or the other night, and I'm wearing my Nori for President shirt, and some tweaked out woman is in the parking lot talking to 2 other tweaked out women. Their brains are burnt out on drugs. And the one goes, "What's a Nori?" And I said, "George Nori, Coast to Coast AM." Now, this woman who didn't know what George Nori was, and she goes and says, "Oh, I love Coast to Coast AM. Do you know him?" "Yes, I do." "Oh, well, thank you. I listen to it all the time." I go, "You listen to him, but you don't know who he is." So that broke me up. What's a Nori? And I've got that from other people. What's a Nori? So I actually did a video saying, "What's a Nori?" And I had this program on my iPad that would create little titles, but I could never figure out how to put them in my video. And it was, "What's a Nori?" So people don't know George Nori's name, but they tell me they listen to Coast to Coast. This puzzled the hell out of me. You don't know who the host is. Yeah, she reads First, and she reads Women's World, and I don't know what's in there. They have recipes, they have pictures of babies. Every issue seems to, with this new diet, you can lose 75 pounds in a week and a half. I think it's all, but she's addicted to these 2 women's magazines, and I think she got this stuff from Cosmo or other magazines that, men are pigs, and the man is only there to take care of the woman, and the man's needs are to be ignored at all times. I don't know what it is. It's crazy to me. I've never met anybody like Kathy. Every other woman I ever dealt with were independent, and we would go out on a date, and I would buy them dinner, and there wasn't any I want your money and all of this stuff. So, we would go out and have a nice time, but Kathy's weird. I don't know where she got these ideas from, but it's totally unrealistic. Now, it's not to say if I ever started making a lot of money that she wouldn't get money. She wouldn't. No, she did not vote, but she was a Trump supporter. So she doesn't believe in voting because she doesn't feel it does any good. The corruption still goes on no matter what you vote for. By the way, there's an initiative on the ballot this month in the Bay Area that if you vote yes, the agency that controls bridge tolls will raise the tolls to $9, and they will be able to raise the tolls with impunity without any approval of the voters after that. So the sky's the limit. And one of the things that galls me is they have a 50-mile hiking trail that will be able to use all the bridges in the bay. And so my bridge toll money will go so some turkey can walk across a bridge to Oakland. What the hell do I have to do with hikers? Why is my money paying for hikers? So, let the hikers pay for the bridge hiking, not me. Don't take it out of my pocket or Kathy's pocket. And the current bridge toll is $5 or $6, and sometimes it's $3, but $9 is ridiculous. Now, I don't know in New York they do it. They got bridge tolls there like $20. I don't know how you can afford to drive on a bridge in New York. I'm wearing a Ratty Patty shirt because I got clean shirts, but I haven't had a shower and I don't want to put on clean clothes. So, no, I have to put the eye drops in. It's coffee time. Give me a moment. I did this today so it wouldn't look like a bare hen. And it's very crammed. So I got, someone left some Christmas paper. So this is a Dinny Moore beef stew can. And to make it look a little more, less tacky, I put Christmas wrapping on it. All right, excuse me a moment. I have to go and my eyes are burning again. Very frustrating. Swept the kitchen floor and mopped it and did some dishes. And I haven't tackled the cabinets. I'll do that this weekend. And start working on the stove. The problem I have is what I really need is about $200 or $300 more a month for my own uses. So, no, she went to Hawaii somehow with her daughter and bought me this strange shirt that the printing is. She got another shirt. The printing was all off. It was like this was a shirt in the bargain bin for like $2, and they were supposed to be printed in the middle. And I mean, somehow flip flops in Hawaii just don't make it for me. I'm going like, yeah, that's very odd. And the little home button toggle thing I got, now I can't find it. It fell somewhere. And people leave stuff downstairs that winds up getting thrown out. Somebody left these, and I think they're kind of cute. So I'm going to either see if Kathy wants them or not. I will see if I can sell these on eBay. They're shoes and kisses with lipstick and handbags and more shoes. So these are wine glasses. So maybe I can sell these. Sell the 4 of them. They're not a match set. Well, 2 of them are. There's 2. No, they're not. Yeah, the shoes are the match set, but the lipstick and kisses and the handbags. So maybe these went to. There was a whole set of these, but these were downstairs. So I'll put those on eBay for like 4 glasses for $5 and plus shipping and see if I can sell them. If not, the cat didn't want them, I'll give them to a thrift store. So coffee. I don't know what Ratty Patty, but Ratty Patty in any kind of bikini is too scary a concept. I'll just pull my eyes out and stomp on them. I don't want to see Ratty Patty anywhere near nudity. Ugh. So let's not go there, please. Don't want to. People move out or people die and they dump all their stuff downstairs, and some of it's actually usable. By the way, these 2 coffees I really like, and used up the last coffee, the coffee pot. So tomorrow I will take the finished coffee and put it in a jar and try the finished coffee. So we'll see how that tastes. The cats love the finished cat food. They went crazy for it. Oh, another thing they tell you not to eat with cholesterol is any bread made with lard. Now, I don't know how the hell I would tell if bread's made with lard. I can't read the label. And by the way, if you ever wondered, when you take the label off the Dinny Moore beef stew, that's what the can looks like. And so I will scrub that again and let it dry and then cover it with Christmas paper and use it for something. So, yeah. People leave books downstairs. They leave movies downstairs. A lot of religious books show up down. A lot of Christian books show up downstairs. Bibles, clothes, shoes. There's a coffee maker I've got there, Mr. Coffee. I always wonder, why is there never a Mrs. Coffee? But or Ms. Coffee or Miss Coffee. I will rinse that out, clean it out, run a pot of hot water through it to clean it, and vinegar through it to clean it. And when I go work on the bedroom, and I haven't done anything in the bedroom because there's no point to it at the moment with no Mac working, but when I go to the bedroom, I will put the other microwave. I've still got to install the Magic Chef. I've got to clean that microwave out. It's having a door sticking problem. And I'll put the other microwave in the bedroom, put the coffee maker and the lamp on top of it. And then once I start doing videos in the bedroom again, I can have, for the truly lazy video creator, I have 2 coffee makers. I want all to do is put water and coffee in it. Then I don't have to go all the way to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee when I'm doing videos. There'll be the coffee maker literally next to me. That's why I have the second coffee maker. It will go in the bedroom. And this is my first cup of coffee today. So the other night, after my live broadcast, I made a cup of coffee. I drank half the coffee and fell asleep on it, pouring the coffee out. So anyway. So I slept all day. Still feel like I haven't slept. Where the hell is everybody? I notified everybody was going to be on, and nobody's here. Got 11 people watching me. So after Alien Con, I'm done with asking for donations. I will put the donation link in every video, but I'm not going to actively ask anybody for money anymore. It's too aggravating. And if someone wants to send cat food or coffee, I'm more than happy to get it. I'll acknowledge you and thank you profusely. But as to DEF CON, remember that I will be spending, this is a flea bite, that's another thing, and wash all the blankets and get the cap scarf for the 3 kitties. And in July, get flea collars and get some tie wraps so they don't kick them off. Every time I put a flea collar on a cat, they manage to kick them off. I watched the Arms Family Homestead, and his dogs, he takes 2 tie wraps and puts them on the flea collar so the dogs don't kick them off, and put them on the cats, and they last 8 months, and they kill all the fleas. So between the Capstar and the flea collars, and then I bomb the house. I'll bomb the living room, and then put the cat food outside. I have to sit there for 4 hours with Fuzzy Cat out, and probably maybe can run a plug under the door and do a live video for 4 hours while the house gets bombed. And then I need to clean up the bedroom, bomb the bedroom too, and take all the dry food out, take the cat food dishes out, and then you've got to air the house out for an hour. So try to get rid of the fleas, because Fluffy and little girl going out all the time, they're bringing fleas in here. And with the hot weather, that's a really bad flea bite, and I'm scratching it. I shouldn't, but it's driving me crazy. And the hot weather in here, the fleas are. I've got to get some rug powder. There's some rug powder you sprinkle that also kills the fleas in the rug. I got to get some of that tomorrow. That's only about $4 or something. I don't know. So, all right, you guys got to say something here other than having me yak. Linda Moulton Howe, I posted an interview from YouTube. She had the Midwest Paranormal Convention on my forum, and this one guy keeps trying to join, and he's got this A period, S period, T period, W period, E period, R period, D period, I period, Gmail address, or it's a Russian E period, R period, D period, I period, Gmail address, or it's a Russian email address, and that's a troll email address, so I won't let him join. He's done that about 5 times. I keep trying to join my forum. I'm not going to trolls join my forum. So I definitely got to vacuum the carpets this weekend. We need it badly. There's cat hair and pieces of cat food that have been scattered, and I shook out the cardboard thing, and now there's more cardboard on the floor. All right. There will be no call-in show with Curtis. He told me he doesn't have time. After dangling me for several weeks and promising me what happened, it's not going to happen. He lied to me. I don't have time to do it right now. First, he said he had time. I want you to go to AlienCon. Then he said I'm having issues with some sound program, and I have the email, on Windows 10. Then I got the sound program fixed, and I tested it works. Then he said, before that, my wife wants to go out 2 weekends ago, and I forgot about that. She reminded me. Then he goes the following week, Memorial Day weekend. Oh, I've got family things to do. It's Memorial Day weekend. We'll do it next week. And then he tells me yesterday or today that I don't have time to do an hour program with you. Sorry. So now when I say crazy crap, I can't type. I couldn't until I knew this worked. Type the letter S, the letter X, or the number 2. So I couldn't say there's too much weird stuff going on. Anything with an E. I couldn't type E either. So I'm stuck. My keyboard is dying. Now maybe dirty, I don't know. But you can pop off the individual keys and clean them. The space bar you can break. They changed the way the space bar works. That was the hardest problem on a clamshell iBook. Replacing the space bar. It had a weird wire you had to get exactly right. And it was very fragile. I couldn't type anything with an E in it, a 2, or a Z. That's why I said crap, because I couldn't type craziness, for instance. But I go to the liquor store to get a Snapple, and I got a bag of potato chips. And oh, now my groin pain is back. I have never gotten done with that. I got to do that for you. Get them to look at that. If I got a hernia or not. And I got a bad tooth over here, and that has to be taken care of. So, no, they don't. Where do you get these ideas? I'm drinking my usual. You know what I drink. Peach Snapple, not hard Snapple. I don't know they even make hard Snapple. I've never seen it. I don't drink hard cider. I don't drink alcohol. I get hungover. My body won't metabolize it well anymore. Why do you even ask these sort of questions 6 weeks? Are you doing this to screw with me? I'm getting a little tired of it. You know my propensities. You know my habits. I don't drink hard liquor usually, except the thing of brandy. And I have drank out of that in the last 2 weeks. I couldn't sleep. I drank some of it one night. I still couldn't sleep. What put me to sleep finally is hot chocolate. Hot chocolate helps me sleep. I don't know why. That's another thing you're not supposed to eat is chocolate. Chocolate. What was it? Not cottage cheese, not sour cream. Kathy, like cream cheese. You're not supposed to eat cream cheese. It raises cholesterol. And the other thing I told Kathy, all this stuff with Patty and your housing and your rent, and you're stressing me out. They said stress raises cholesterol levels, and I'm stressed out. There it's Kitty. Yes. Hello, Kitty. Meow, meow. So, well, I don't have apple cider vinegar or cider. Hello, Gatorade. Welcome. Yeah, right. 6 weeks. Well, we don't need to hear your alcoholic propensities, so I'm going to remove that comment. Knock it off, 6 week. Yeah, that too. No lady maintenance. That was ridiculous. I haven't seen that troll come back. It's like watch me when I shave my armpits. It's not that happen. People do that to disrupt the chat. And that night, the chat was over. I couldn't stop laughing. It was so outrageous that I just thought it was so funny. But I think I was laughing nervous and not anything else. Yeah, I just I don't know if I was embarrassed or what happened, but that was absolutely crazy. And I still don't know what the hell to make of that. By the way, it's really hot in this corner. Let's see, what is the, do I have a light here? Somewhere. Hello, lights, where are you? Lights, calling lights, calling lights. Oh, by the way, I went up to look for rechargeable AAAs, and Walmart didn't have any, which is also crazy. Let's see. It is 78 in my living room right now with the door open. I don't think it's a fun troll when it wipes my chat out and makes me end the broadcast because I couldn't concentrate after that. My composure was completely gone. It was like, you're doing what? Hello? Why are you mentioning this in live chat, lady? If you are a lady and not a man, and you only, and, you know, these people come in, they make a troll cunt, they get banned, and they're never seen again. They don't create a new handle, they just disappear. It's aggravating. And someone said, will I ever do a 24-hour live session? I said, yeah, if you pay for a hot tub. Get me a hotel room with a hot tub and air conditioning. I'll sit in a damn hot tub for 24 hours with a shirt on because you're not going to see my naked manly chest. Hello, manly chest. And a masseuse. And not for sexual purposes, just to ease my back pain when I'm done sitting in the hot tub for 24 hours. I'll probably come out looking like a prune. And I have to worry about getting electrocuted, of course. I'd have to put the thing on a tripod. I don't know what to do with the MacBook, though. But this is why I want another GoPro, a new one. I could have filmed Orangey follow me to the liquor store and back the other night. I had a GoPro 6 with a camera light. And that's going to happen. I think it's $400 at Walmart. Let me look. Let me look on the other page on eBay. There we go. Spelling bee your winner is 14-year-old Texan who spelled koinonia, whatever koinonia is. And no Zoa. I don't know where Zoe is. All right, let's look at eBay. By the way, I had a minor victory. I got them to refund half my money for this. Refund half my money for this. The guy overcharged me for this. This thing is dusty already too, and everything is dusty in here. I got to do that fan filter thing so that it cuts down the dust. I need to get about 4 box fans in here and get some all the churning out filtration on the back. They'll still work as a fan. All right, let's look for GoPro. They have GoPro ones with kits. Now that's weird. The other night, I think maybe I was hacked. Now the P is working. The other night, remember, it wasn't. All right, GoPro 6 Hero accessories kit and action camera $379. GoPro with SD cards $360. GoPro with accessory kit $429. GoPro pre-owned $280. GoPro unopened $379. GoPro. Now it has a screen on it, which the 3 doesn't have, and that's what I want it for. It's got the screen. You can see what the hell you're recording. Here's the accessory kit, $79. Here's another accessory kit, $23.99 with the shoulder harness. And there was supposed to be also a stabilizer. I've seen guys do videos with the stabilized GoPro, and you can walk down the strip in Las Vegas and do a video, and there's no bouncing. And one thing the GoPro does, the Sony doesn't, the white Sony, they don't make it anymore. It automatically stabilizes the pictures. You don't have all this jerking and stuff. So I want a better GoPro. No, I do not own a garment steamer. I used to have one. My mother got me a garment steamer and which had a garment steamer attached to it and a place to hang your pants. But I only have a couple pairs of long pants. I'll be taking one to Alien Con to wear long pants. But normally in June, it's almost summer, and I wear shorts all the time until November. I think it's too cool. You use your hot tube. Yes, I've never gone to hot tube, so it'll be interesting to see what a hot tube is like. But, or a hot tuba for that matter. It's a misprint. I'm having fun with it. I do not like getting someone who's done whatever in. Well, that's, they clean the hot tubs out in hotels. You get a luxurious suite. You've got a hot tub. You've got a sauna. You've got a shower with about 97 jets on it. I want to do that once before I die. Go to Vegas, and I've got $100,000 to bet, and give me the suite with everything. And, hot and cold running women, I guess, or something. I don't know. Feed me grapes while I do. Feed me while I do my live video on YouTube. If you have enough money, they'll set up crap table or roulette table or bring in a slot machine in your room. And you go to the casino. Steam cleaner for my kitchen and bathroom. Well, here, do me a favor. That can go work. Wait a minute. What? it's very confusing. Use the mouse in one hand and have to type in their other. Do me a favor. Send me an email because I won't remember it. Send me an email and tell me what kind of steam cleaner you've got, because I could use a steam cleaner for the bathtub, because the wall of my bathtub, no matter how much I scrub it with Lysol or this stuff or 409, it's still got dirtiness. By the way, I don't understand something else. I take a shower every day. I run the fan on in the shower. And there are how many times I clean the mirror, and there's times where I haven't touched that mirror in days. There's streaks of something on the mirror. Where is it coming from? I don't get it. Oh, that's more information than I want, Kitty. Please, nothing about secretions. That's like the too much information. Yeah, hotels they don't change the sheets, they don't wash the sheets, and they have bed bugs and cockroaches. So, even hotels where they're charging $400 a night have bad housekeeping. Okay, Rob Robinson, you pervert, get the hell out of my channel. You creep and pervert. So, I'm not scamming anyone, and I will do a video tomorrow showing me buying the train ticket. So that's not, okay. There we go. All right. So that was Casio. Yeah, that was the evil professional pervert child molester Casio. And I just reported him to eBay. So he comes up with variations on his name. He has about 40 channels. And he comes in every night. I'm a scammer, and I beat my girlfriend. And I rape my girlfriend. Hold on. It is time to call Kathy. We'll put this and confirm it. If she hadn't gone to sleep. She naps early. And she's disgusted with this jerk. He should be in prison for life. Actually, he shouldn't be in prison. They should execute child molesters. We wouldn't have to pay for their upkeep. And rapists. All right, I need you to turn the TV off for 1 minute. I need you to confirm something. I'm going to ask you the question. I'll put it on speaker. And then I'll leave you alone. Every time I do a live video, the creepy Casio comes in with another name change. And he just came in saying, don't give the scammer, and he rapes his girlfriend. So I want you to confirm the negative, that I have never done that to you. I'm going to put you on speaker. All right. Have I ever raped you?
No.
And do I currently beat you?
No.
And do I beat you?
No.
And when was the last time we saw each other? When you got Pokemon? How long ago was that?
I think that was 3 weeks ago.
So we haven't seen each other physically in 3 weeks. It's not that hard a question. We haven't been together for 3 weeks. And the last time I saw you, you came here, and before that I picked up talking. So we're not seeing each other physically, which would make it difficult, if actually impossible, to be beating you. We're not physically together. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, I will see you tomorrow. I love you. I'll buy you lunch. We'll get to relax for a while. I need it. You need it. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. By the way, I called the bank and they confirmed it. No check for my rent was submitted to the bank. There's $260 and change in my bank account. So I don't know where they put that check. They must have put it in the wrong account or had the wrong account number on it. They said that, I said, what happens if we submit this check and it goes back? They said they'll have the physical check. So I have to go up there Monday with my rent money order and say, the money's still in the bank. Here's the statement. I don't know where you sent it, but you didn't put it in my account. They probably put it in the wrong account. All right. Talk to you later. No. Kathy had the TV on. I had to turn the TV off. All right. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
She gets tired this time of night. But that's Kathy. Don't beat her. I haven't seen her in 3 weeks. Can't be beating her if she's 13 miles away. And I've never raped her. So all this bullshit and Casio, excuse my language, is just that. He comes in here to disrupt things and to try to tell people I'm a con man, which is ridiculous. You know, you'll see the video tomorrow. Before I mail off the iPad, no, I take that back. If I mail off the iPad, I can't do a video on the iPad. I will do a video on the MacBook if I can from Nordstrom. And if I can, I'll do it when I get home. And you'll see the train ticket. I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to fly back. I have to go find that site for $47 from LA to Oakland. And, oh, God, my eyes starting to hurt again. But I will pay for the one-way train ticket tomorrow, which is $67. So that'll take me to Los Angeles. Then I got to figure out how to get to Pasadena. And don't tell me to go to Burbank or any of this other stuff. I'm going from Union Station to at 11 o'clock at night to Pasadena. I don't want to take any side trips because I won't know where the hell I'm going and I won't know where the hell I am. No, it wasn't Patty. Patty's not there. Patty has no car. And Patty has spent $500 going to the stupid wedding. But Kathy's going to do a video on that tomorrow when she comes over. Fortunately, we'll go out. She'll do a video on that and a video on donating. So she'll do one big live video, brief live video. So she'll be going live tomorrow. But Kathy gets tired. She's watching something on YouTube, and she tells me what she's watching. It usually involves Steve Wilkos or Jerry Springer and women beating their boyfriends. And she loves watching women beating their boyfriends. I'm going like, why do you watch this crap? And secondly, why do you tell me about it? I'm going to Alien Con. Hello, Alien. I'm going to get a train ticket. I'll show you proof. I paid for the ticket. It's $350. I paid to get a photo session with Linda Moulton Howe and Nick Pope. And I'm probably going to pay for either Giorgio Tsoukalos or Eric Von Doniken. I'll probably pay the $45 for Eric Von Doniken for the simple reason that he's getting old. And the last Alien Con, the guy that played Godzilla died this year. I would have loved to meet him, but I couldn't afford to go. So, and they've now announced new people at Alien Con, by the way. Let me mention that. Billy Mumi, Marta Kristen, who still looks gorgeous, and Angela Cartwright, and the guy now who's now playing the Will Robinson character on the new Lost in Space on Netflix, and Billy Mumi is playing Dr. Smith on the new Lost in Space show. They're going to be there, and they had one more guy, and I can't remember who he is. They sent me an email. So no. Look. If you want to donate the $100, it costs $100 to meet with David Duchovny, and to get his autograph to $75. To get a picture with David Duchovny is $100. I don't have $100, or I'd be, and he's only going to be doing it on Sunday for 50 minutes, which means it's going to be absolutely mobbed. So, well, Kathy loves this trash stuff. I don't. It's too aggravating. No. Okay. 6 week. The ratty one is never going to be on this channel. So don't start that. Okay? Do not start. The ratty one is going to be on this channel. Well, remember something. They have to pay these people to come to the event. The convention pays them, and the people have to make money in their off time, and they're not working. I mean, Billy Mumi has a rock band. He has a podcast. He's on Lost in Space. But at times when they're not on camera, you know, the company does the X-Files, but that may be his only job. And when they don't pay, he gets 220. I think he's underpaid, frankly. He gets $225,000 or $250,000 an episode. But you figure the feds take 80 or 90% of that tax. So he's got to earn extra money. He's got upkeep. He's worth millions of dollars. He's worth 20 million or 25 million or whatever the hell it is. Gillian Anderson, whatever her name. I don't even pronounce her name. She's worth a lot of money too. But when they're not, remember, 80% of the screen actors go out of work at any given time. They got to have extra money. I don't have a problem with paying them. That is Art Bell. That is the late Art Bell, our glorious Emperor of Nye. And so, wait, I'm a little confused. Some guy wearing glasses. No, that's Art Bell. Let's see if I can move this without screwing it up. This is a sticker you're supposed to put on something. This is taped, but it's a sticker some guy is selling, and it's sticky, and you're supposed to put it on your car window. But that's Art Bell himself. That is our master, Art Bell, the master of talk radio. May he rest in peace. He is sorely missed by many, and me. But I will have that there for a year, the proper mourning period. He's not Jewish, but you mourn, you do the not Kaddish, I can't remember what it is in Hebrew, but you mourn the loved one or family member for a year. And there's things you do if an Orthodox Jew. You cover all the mirrors so the spirit doesn't come into your house and take over your house. But yeah, so he gets $40 out of every picture. And then they give you a digital download, you copy it. And then their autograph is $75. So no, Wither Hate is not the legacy. Remember, she quit her show. So yeah, but it still has to be paid. Someone has to give the $100 in advance, and he gets 40. And think about that for a minute. You win the lotto, the federal government takes 30% skimmed off the top for doing absolutely nothing. It's outrageous. 5% I can see. 1%, 30%. You win $300 million, they take out, and you're not in California, states will take money out too. So they're taking $90 million for doing absolutely nothing. It's wrong. I don't like that. So if the company if I had to spare $175, I'd pay him to get his autograph and picture. But there are no items. He won't autograph books. He won't. There's a stipulation there. Nothing. You can't take anything in the autograph. You can't take your own picture of him, which kind of sucks. So I guess he'll be in the dealer's room signing items. And I know that Major Don West, I cannot remember his real name, but the guy who was Major Don West in Lost in Space, Mark, I can't remember his last name now. Terrible last name. Mark Goddard. He was selling his own book. It was $40 autograph. So I didn't have $40 for it to bother. That's a problem. I'm still impoverished. I won't be eventually, but and if I do what I plan to do with these items I hope to sell, I should make a lot of money. I looked at one box, and the particular item, I'm not going to say what it is, the guy is selling them for $12, and I could get them for $1 and easily sell them for $5. And the problem is, would I sell them because there were 140 of them? But if I sold them for $5 plus shipping, I could make a $4 profit on each item. That would be $750. I'd only pay like $87 for the box, so I'd make a profit. And that's what I try to see if I can do. I can't do pallets because where would I put the contents of a pallet in here? But I can get a crate. I have never heard of the Haruhi Suzimaya. No, they don't do low-income discounts. This is owned by the History Channel, and they're there to make money. But they charge the $100 because, let's say they fly him out from New York. To go from here to San Francisco Airport to Pittsburgh is $500. I think it's one way. I'd have to look. So they got to pay for first-class airfare from New York. They got to give him a hotel room. They got to buy him dinner. They got to bring his entourage. And all that costs money. And they got to come up with the money somewhere. They're going to charge you $100 for a picture. That's how they're making their money back. And they have to pay the hotel for the rental space of the auditoriums, the meeting rooms, the dealers. Well, the dealers pay for the dealer's room. And if they have a banquet, they got to pay for that. All these are expenses to any convention. Now, one thing I've wondered about with Area 51 near Las Vegas, why are there no paranormal conventions in Las Vegas? There aren't. There aren't any in Nevada at all. You'd think that there would be paranormal fans, and it's a market that someone should tap. So, why are there no paranormal conventions in Las Vegas? A place that should have more than enough ghosts. The ghosts of mafia, if nothing else. All the big boys used to run the casinos. Excuse me. My sinus is really going crazy now. I'm going to go open the door for Fluffy. You know what, jerk? The police department know me. They've been to my home, and they've been to my apartment. They've talked to me, and I know the police chief here. So if you can find a police report of my doing anything to my girlfriend currently, good luck. It doesn't exist. Go to hell. I will, when we get a car, I intend to go to YouTube headquarters with Kathy and report this guy in person. And maybe they can finally ban him from YouTube for life. For personal abuse of me and other people, because he goes after other people too. He's a creep. And every time I block this guy, he creates another handle, comes in with the same BS. I love my girlfriend dearly. I would never hurt her. I've done things that have upset her, and she didn't like, and we have dealt with that. You do things, you make mistakes, and you're the couple, and there are issues at times, but I would never hurt my girlfriend physically or otherwise. And as for raping my girlfriend for years, too much information here, but my mail equipment no longer works and hasn't worked for a long time, except when it's really cold, and that's very odd. But we tried to have sex, and we're both too fat, so that's not going to happen either. So it's time to knock it off. And I will sit down when I'm able to see. I was looking at the greatest typewriter ever made, but there's only one working one on eBay. And when I get the money, I will buy one, even though I can easily get my printer working again, the IBM Correcting Selectric 3, because I like writing letters on a typewriter rather than on a computer. And I will write a letter or return receipt to eBay, not eBay, to PayPal, and tell them what this guy is doing constantly, and say he keeps creating channels, keeps getting suspended, he creates new names and creates new channels. No, I am not going to Maine to have it out with him. Georgia? Maine is millions of miles away, and I'm not going to waste my time. There is a legal department at YouTube that I can write and explain the problem in a letter and say this guy has about 25 names and 25 or 40 channels, and he's repeatedly been banned from YouTube for violating their standards and practices, and he creates new channels and new names. So, sorry, but I had to explain that because he claims I'm raping Kathy currently, and that's ridiculous. So, hello, Adam. So, you know, I don't rape, I would never rape any woman. That's a horrible crime. It's a crime of power, not passion. It has nothing to do with romance, sex, or anything else. It would never even occur to me to do that. So, yeah, he's claiming I'm raping Kathy. Now, if you go up the road, if you got in a car right now, you turn onto Mellis Street, which is right on the corner here, and you make a left turn. You go up Mellis Street. One block is a church. The end of the block is the church school. Then is the police station. The police station is 2 blocks from here, the back of the police station. Then you go another block. Yeah, and you're on Berryessa Street. And you take that all the way to the freeway, about 3.5 miles, and you get on Highway 4, and you drive up to Kathy's house, which is 13.2 miles away. Now, there are no buses going to Pittsburgh on Sundays. And there are no buses going to Pittsburgh on Saturdays. So that cuts out 2 days out of 7. And during the week, if I were to get on the 200, it takes approximately an hour or an hour and a half to get from here to Pittsburgh BART, and another hour and a half to get from Pittsburgh BART to her house. And then I go get off the bus, walk all the way across the parking lot of her complex and bang on our door and say, "Excuse me, I'm here to rape you." It's ridiculous. I haven't seen a woman in 3 weeks. You'll see her tomorrow. You'll see her live. You won't see her rape. You'll see her hugged severely, maybe. So, yeah, what I plan to do is bring Kathy. Because Kathy's being subjected to the slander too, and libel, or whatever you want to call it. Kathy and I will both go down to YouTube and say, this guy needs to be stopped and removed from YouTube forever. He's a double convicted child molester and a total creep. And then YouTube will probably say, you're discussing things that are not suitable for all advertisers. Well, I don't want to discuss this stuff. I never want to bring this up. This guy is deliberately bringing it up to cause problems. I think he's jealous. He gets 50 views. He creates multiple channels. And he loves Kim Il-sung or Kim Un-wacko of North Korea. And he likes North Korea. He wants to go to North Korea. I say to Donald Trump, President Trump, Send Casio to North Korea, one way. And he'd sit there and have to dig rice paddies or something. They would put him to work. There wouldn't be any free. By the way, apparently he's on SSI, and he's lost all his teeth due to drug use. He did crack, so he has no teeth, and he's creepy looking. So, but he molested a 14-year-old and did 3 years in prison. And he also, I found the information. He denies it. He also molested a 9-year-old boy. This guy's a total creep. Now, after I buy the second vehicle, I will go and buy one share of Alphabet, which is, I keep wanting to use a trackpad, and it's too hard to use a trackpad. Let's see what a share of. Oh, and by the way, I got 2 new paranormal books because I got $10 credit instead of my 21. So I've been fighting for 3 months. So, how do you spell alphabet? Okay, there are several grades of alphabet stock. All right, it's $1,100 a share for Class A, and I think there's a Class B and a Class C, but don't quote me. So, and a 2.9 yield, which is almost the rate of inflation. So you'd break even on inflation with that. So, I would buy one share. Go to my broker, my IRA, and buy one share of Alphabet stock and be a stockholder in Alphabet. Hello, little girl. Why are you racing back and forth, sweetheart? Little girl. My sweet. Now, so, Aaron commented on why do I have 3 bowls of cat food for the cats as an aside. That's so each kitty can eat out of their own bowl if they want. I have 3 bowls of dry food. So I would spend the $1,100 if I had the money for one. Then I can go to the stockholders meeting and say, Mr. Chairman and President, or Chairman, and if they have a separate president, I'm having a problem with someone on YouTube. And I would like to discuss it with someone in authority because this guy is accusing me of horrible things online, and he keeps creating multiple channels. He's a convicted child molester and a total creep. And YouTube keeps suspending him, and he keeps creating new accounts and libel and slander me in live chat and all over the internet. Would you please do something about this? And give them a letter and saying, I would really like to see this guy removed from YouTube forever. And if I show up at their stockholders meeting, where the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, Forbes, and other money magazines, The Street, all show up to report on what happens at the stockholders meeting, they might even report on senior gets attacked by convicted child molester on YouTube and shows up at annual meeting to protest. So they might actually do a story about me. Who knows? But I'll spend the $1,100 to shut this guy down. Remember, you don't screw with the guy from Pittsburgh. I get even. And God help these people. Like I said, if I ever come into really big money, the lotto, or I make a lot of money selling stuff on eBay, I will spend money to get an attorney to go after them or something, because they need to be taken off the internet. Certain people shouldn't be out in this free society. They should be locked up, and you throw away the key, or better still, they get executed. Because they are a danger to society and a danger to decent people. The peg in that stool is coming out. Oh, that's odd. So, some have said they're jealous. There's a number of reasons why they do this. The number one reason with some of these people, they don't like the fact that I'm getting Social Security disability. They think I'm a leech, a parasite, whatever you want to call it. That's one. The second reason is they don't like my politics. I'm a conservative Republican who's a pro-Trump person and against Obama and against Nancy Pelosi, Harry Reid, Barbara Boxer, Dianne Feinstein, Elizabeth Warren, Maxine Waters, the usual crazies in the Democratic Party. Now, I'm not against individual Democrats. I don't like Black Lives Matters because of fraud. Oh, by the way, one thing that was in a story in the East Bay Times is George Soros is funding local elections in California for DA. And what he wants to do is have DAs elected who will, one, be against the death penalty, who will be pro-prisoner, and who will investigate police misconduct. Nowhere in there to say that will combat criminals and put them in jail. So this guy wants ultra leftist DAs instead of DAs worrying about crime. So, well, I haven't read. I think Soros supposedly called the head of ABC and told him to kick her off the air, and she's fighting back. And President Trump has discussed this, and some commentator on her show made a horrible comment on either Ivanka Trump or Trump's daughter, and she retracted it and apologized. So the left can say anything with impunity, and they usually get away with it unless people protest. Now, Flea is just coming to eat. He's confused why there are three. I moved the dishes and changed them. He's going, there's 3 bowls here. I don't know which one to eat out of. But he's now eating dry food. And by the way, people sent me comments about the Finnish cat food. They said it's sold in Denmark, and you can find it on the net. So I might actually, when I have the money, buy some Finnish cat food. They went crazy for it. I'm in Denmark, and you can find it on the net. So I might actually, when I have the money, buy some Finnish cat food. They went crazy for it. I put the dish down, and there was nothing left in the dishes. Fuzzy and little girl cleaned the dishes out. Fluffy left a little tiny bit in the dish. They loved it. The beef with tuna and the sardines and tuna. Now, some say it's not good for the cats to give them too much tuna. Tuna is a treat for them. It's not, but this was sent to me in the mail, and I gave them the cat food. But they also don't like the fact that they've accused me of welfare cheat, unemployment cheat, Social Security cheat, tax cheat, Medicare cheat, Medicaid cheat. How many cheats can you be at one time? And to accuse me of fraud, that should be a crime, but it's not. There should be a cybercrime law where you can't say stuff about the internet with impunity. And, if I were the president, I would have it so you can't make up anonymous handles on the internet. You have to post your real name. That would stop a lot of this stuff. You had your real name, people would go after these people. I have my real name out there, and people know who I am. And people know where I live. And that's why when I moved to the complex, so people, I told Kathy about this supposed rent increase that wasn't that, excuse me, I have to move something. I don't want that open out here with the door open. I should move like that. Move my iPad and my wallet. I don't want that. Someone could walk in and steal both of those and I couldn't stop them. All right, and I'm going to take a couple paranormal books. Now, I got 2 new books, and one I didn't have volume 2 of, and I got another book from a UFO debunker. By a UFO debunker. He's dead. And I met him. I should do the video of him. God. So, but they've accused me of all this stuff, and I murdered my parents. I murdered my first girlfriend. I've run over cats with a steamroller. I kill cats. I beat Kathy. I raped Kathy. And I guess that's it. So if you commit the lie enough, some people believe it. Oh, yeah, I'm a con man. I'm conning you out of your money to go to Alien. So you'll see the ticket tomorrow. You'll see me on the 15th. Get on the train at the ungodly hour of 7:30 in the morning. I go to bed at 7:30 in the morning. I'm not up at 7:30 in the morning. My eyes aren't awake at 7:30 in the morning, much less the rest of me. So you'll see me going to AlienCon. I'll have my bags of fruit. I'll have my cooler with the sandwiches and my creamer and blocks of ice, and I'll have my coffee cup, and I'll have my creamer and my Splenda, and whatever the hell else I'm going to take, and spoons and knives and forks, probably plastic spoons. And you'll see the MacBook and the iPad set up, and I'll be live until I can't be live anymore. I have to fall asleep, and then I'll pack everything up, and I can go live going from Union Station to Pasadena, wherever what I can get up. But I don't know if I want to be live on my iPad on a bus at 11 o'clock at night in Los Angeles. Someone might rip off my iPad. So you might not see that part of the trip live. But once I get to the hotel, you'll see me live at the hotel. Okay, that's a new one. I don't think this is a little graphic. I don't think the male member could fit the cat. But, and I don't know any cat that would hold still for that. Excuse me, cat, would you hold still? Is there date rape for cats? I mean, come on. A date rape drug? A Rohypnol for kitties? I don't think so. But this is another reason why sometimes I wish I'd never done anything on the internet. Email, posting in forums, moderating a forum, gone to Bellgab, because these people are crazy. They're psychopaths. They're sociopaths. They're whatever you want to call it. They're not fully functioning sociopaths. They're nuts. They can say anything. Doesn't mean it's true. Well, my being considered for, I'm going to move that comment, Yasha. My being considered for Midnight in the Desert, I think is total BS. I wrote Keith. Supposedly, other people wrote Keith, and nothing came of it. I think it was all. And Curtis Thornton or Steve Warner, one of the two, was supposedly rooting for me to get the job, but they were rooting on Bellgab, and that's like having a bucket of warm spit. That means nothing. The person the root tell was Keith Rowland, and as far as I know, nobody told Keith Rowland that I was willing. I would have done it cheaper than $10,000 a week too. That's for damn sure. I would have gone for $2,000 a week. I'm not greedy. Supposedly, Weather Haig got 10 grand a week for doing that show, and Keith would have saved 8 grand with me, the guy from Pittsburgh. My needs are small. Once I get a car and all the video equipment I have, and get a bigger place to live in, I wouldn't need anything else. 2 grand a week. Let's see, that's $104,000 a year before taxes. I can live on that. Well, I did podcasts in the past, but they aren't call-in. I want to do a call-in show like a lot of other people. One guy at the bank has a podcast with a friend of his. They talk about movies. I've got his name, and I have to look up his podcast on whatever site it was, SoundCloud, I think. Yeah, it was SoundCloud. I'll listen to that and give him a shout out. So I'll give you. And I told him who I was. He said it's great. I'll look you up. So I meet people all the time, even calling up my bank. Oh, you got a podcast? That's cool. What's your podcast? And he told me. And it's something, the Angry, Munchkin or something. I don't remember what it was exactly. Without looking it up. And I said, well, I'll listen to it. And if I like it, I'll give you a shout out anyway. So that's what I do. It's the kind of guy I am. If I like you, I'll say you're great. If I don't care for you, I'll say, well, it's not my cup of tea. I'm not mad at you. I don't hate you. But if you do a podcast, I think it's crummy, I'll say this is not a good podcast. The guy's annoying, or delivery is bad, or he drones on, or I drone on, or his voice is he talks too fast, or whatever. There's a lot of podcasts out there. There's poker, there's financial, there's podcasts on knitting, and God knows what else. And beauty, and I've never quite understood podcasts don't have video because you're just talking, and if you're not taking calls, then you're just talking into a microphone. So, but you know, all these rumors, I don't know where the rumors come from, and they're probably all coming from Bellgab. And then the question is, you know, I would have loved to do Midnight in the Desert or anything of a more than what I'm doing. But if I did Midnight in the Desert, I want to do it live streaming on camera, live video cam. And if I had a real, like Rush Limbaugh does, live cam and gets paid for it, people have to subscribe for $6.95 a month. Thousands, if not millions, subscribe to Rush Limbaugh, but I can't get $10 to go to Alien Con. So it drives me crazy. And no one's donating to PayPal while we're chatting. This is annoying too. This is another reason why I don't want to do these anymore. No, they're getting it for everybody's getting it for free, and nobody's willing to help me. So this is why I don't want to do live streaming anymore. After Alien Con, I'll probably stop. If I have to pay for my own hotel room, my own train, I've already got money for the train ticket. I had to spend it because the Highborn didn't give me cat food money. I ran out of food money. And with cat litter, I had to go cat litter. Then I will go and pay for my own hotel room, my own train trip, and that's the last time I asked anybody for so much as $1. Donation link will be in every video, but okay. And now that didn't work. I tried to type that on the MacBook keyboard. It didn't work. So I don't know why this thing stops periodically. No one says anything. 14 people watching. So with 2,700 videos, I should have been way monetized than what I am right now. I watched a video where a guy was doing food reviews. He was getting 20 to 40 views, and he's only got like 30 subscribers. So not all YouTube channels are successful. Hello, Crawl Clans. How you doing? And welcome. So hate hanging cuticles. Adam, where did you hear this rumor, by the way? I'd like to know. I'd really like to know. Where did you hear this rumor? I shouldn't be biting those off. Hold on a minute. I would like to volunteer Casio for alien gray probing. Except you might enjoy it. He hates when I talk about him. This video, stop talking about me, George Senda. Makes me laugh. Idiot. I wouldn't talk about you if you leave me the hell alone, you creep. Yeah. Well, I've been doing our table. I've been doing this for 7 years. I've never gotten a sponsored post to sponsor. I've gotten cat food donations. I've got money donations. I've had things sent to me, but I've never gotten a sponsor from anything. So it's very frustrating. I originally started doing this with the intention of making $100 a month, which isn't a lot of money in the vast scheme of things, in my opinion. Pay my internet bill, and I've never made money to pay my internet bill, and that's frustrating too. And I think with 1,100 subscribers, I would get donations or someone I see all kinds of channels where they're getting sponsored. Lucky Pharaoh Dynamite sponsor, which puzzled me. She's doing a cat channel, and if dog supplement is sponsoring our channel. I don't get it. No, I don't live in Estudillo Street. It's somewhere else. I'm not sure even where it is without looking it up. You got the wrong information. So I don't live on that street. I'm going to remove that comment. Not that I'm doing wrong, but not true. Everybody knows where I live, and they know where my home. I've shown my apartment. It's not hard to find. But when I buy land, well, the problem with Alhambra, it's Barry has to go this way, Alhambra go that way. I live near there, but why do you ask? Why do you care where I live? Yeah, well, I don't know who the right person is after 7 years. And remember, I got my viewership doubled when my videos appear on Coast to Coast AM, and they're still on there. And the haters said, your videos are moved from coast to coast. No, they're not. They're still on there. And I asked George Norian a question. There was a lawsuit that went to the California Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said if you work for a company and they direct your activities, you're considered an employee and are entitled to benefits, lunch breaks, other things. So I wrote George, I'm going to answer. I said, Premier, being that you're the agents for Premier, you directed the content of my video and you determined whether or not the video was suitable. If I read this Supreme Court decision, could I not be considered an employee of Premier Radio Network and not an independent contractor? I just did that yesterday. I haven't got an answer. So even part-time, and they said it's not, there's 3 criteria for that. One of them is whether or not you're independent and whether or not you're doing activities that the network wouldn't do normally. Well, they put videos on there all the time. So but if they paid me, they may be an independent contractor. And if I wasn't an independent contractor and I was acting as an employee and should have been afforded benefits, they're talking about health benefits, free lunch break and all that. For a 1-minute video, it'd be kind of silly, but I'm going like, wasn't I really an employee of Premier Radio Network? And I personally, with my paranormal knowledge, which I don't always discuss, I want to talk about personal crap, and I should be doing a show somewhere. And I would love to take callers. So now I don't know what our table is, so enlighten me, please. What is your channel about? I might go take a look. Might not be my cup of tea. It might be something I'm not interested in at all, but I'm curious that you're mentioning your channel. And normally I block mentions of other people's channels in there because I think it's not, not fair to me to mention other people's channels. Okay, food reviews. All right, that's cool. I have no issue with food reviews. I show me eating food that gets 75 or 80 views per video. And I've talked about food that I like, but it doesn't go crazy like some guys, you know. Got a guy in Korea, he's eating kimchi and he gets 200,000 views. I don't get it, you know. Must be more interesting if you're Asian than a fat white guy sitting in the department. I don't know. And that's another thing. The haters love to call me fat. Like I don't know I'm fat. Does it mean I'm less of a person if I'm overweight? I become a less of a decent person or someone to be shunned because I'm overweight? I don't get it. They love to call me fat or stupid or whatever. I've never understood that. What does that got to do with who I am? I'm me. And I try to be the best me I can. And being a flawed human being who makes mistakes, I'm not perfect. But what's it to you? Yeah, we're going to go to Nordstrom. She loves the Chinese chicken salad. And depending on the wind, we'll sit outside and little birdies fly around. And sometimes I give them little bits of my French bread. I feel sorry for them. They go around and beg for food. They hop onto the tables and want to eat your food. Little sparrows and things. And every once in a while, a crow comes up or a seagull, and which is odd because other than the water, I have these water canals for transporting water. Other than those, there's no bay in downtown Walnut Creek for like miles, but there's seagulls showing up. I don't get that one, and pigeons, other birds. But it's a beautiful view there. You get to see Mount Diablo and the hills. So she likes her chicken salad. We love the iced tea there. So she has her Chinese chicken salad with the mandarin oranges and the whatever dressing they put on it. I don't know what it is. And I tried it once. I didn't like it. And then there's either this pasta with shrimp that's very spicy, and I think you can order it without spicy this. And they have this bacon, applewood bacon, I think that's what they call it, sandwich on this weird curlicue bread with lettuce, tomato, and avocado. Oh God, it's good. And that's about $12. So I'll get myself that, and I usually have a chocolate macaroon and coffee and iced tea, and they bring me French bread, and that's my lunch. So yeah, actually, I watched episode one that where is he anyway? Chris Sposa sent me about the JFK assassination. I went, well, I told him I already knew most of this stuff. And I knew most of this stuff 40 years ago when I read Mark Lane's first book. And I've never believed Oswald was the shooter. And by the way, there's a video by Bill Burns, which I put on my forum, the guy from Pittsburgh, Paranormal News Forum. Bill Burns tells everything, and Burns talks about J. Edgar Hoover directing this whole line of investigation on JFK and telling them that there are two Oswalds. There was one at the Mexico City Embassy, and there was Oswald in Dallas. And you have to totally ignore that, and you have to decide to blame Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone gunman. And the FBI knew he wasn't the gunman, and yet Hoover there was talk then, even in 1963, about removing Hoover. JFK wanted to remove Hoover, so JFK was a danger to Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover, and Hoover was eventually forced out by I think Richard Nixon. But Hoover knew all the dirt where people were, and all his supposed secret files disappeared when he died. They were removed. So, yeah, I could, but the question is, the chat stops. So maybe I'll do that. I'll do that on the way to YouTube. I'll do a JFK thing or disclosure or UFOs. Let me get up for a minute. Hold on. Let me show you if I can. Let's see it. When I get everything working again, I will do the pictures on my paranormal website, my paranormal forum of the books I own. I've been trying. I did that to about 200 books. Now here are 4 books, and I have almost 500 now. When I get the other 2 books, 4 books in my collection. There's Jesse Ventura's. There's one of the late Mark Lane's books. Sure. There we go. Wait a minute, that's reversed. That's odd. It doesn't show up right side up, no matter which way I show it. The camera does something weird to it. And then there's this one. And then there's this one. No matter what you think of Richard Belzer, he talks about the JFK assassination. And on the other side of the room, I can't get to right now. I'm sure I have other books on JFK. So I've never believed Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone gunman. I've never believed that Kennedy was shot from the back. And Bill Burns talks about that and the way he was shot and the way Kennedy's head moved. And it's obvious he was shot in the front. And there was supposedly a sniper on a building across the street that also shot at Kennedy. And Bill Burns says at least 50 witnesses said gunshots came from the grassy knoll. Warren Commission ignored that. And one Secret Service agent, Fuzzy and Fluffy are now in the kitchen. One Secret Service agent was guarding the car with Jackie in it. He was Jackie's personal Secret Service agent, and he testified to what happened when he saw the shot fired, saw Jackie turn, and said it was not coming from the school book depository, and the Warren Commission told him, and he was told to shut up. So the fix was in. I didn't have any time experience at Howard University, the best of my recollection. I had a violin teacher at either Howard or Georgetown that died. So I don't know where you came up with Howard University. I've had 3. Yeah, well, can't catch the Fluffy. He's too fast. Oh, that hurt my left shoulder. He's too fast for me. Every time he eats, he races past me, and I can never catch him to give him a cuddle and hold him. I love holding my Fluffy and my kitties. Didn't happen at Georgetown. Didn't happen at Howard. I've been to both universities as a child and haven't been there for. We moved away from Washington, D.C. in 1964, so that's the last time I was in the District of Columbia. But I had 2 time events in San Francisco where I went back to 1941, or something went back to 1941. The whole scene shifted, and I saw another scene of the Civil War. Gunnery guys in civil uniforms and war uniforms in front of me. Time shift. Or a window opened, or whatever you want to call it. So that's the 3 instances. So well, you know what? I really doubt that Kennedy would have himself shot publicly. I mean, if he wanted to kill himself, he could have a lethal injection and died in his sleep. I don't think he would have put the whole country through trauma. Remember, at that time, we thought the Soviets did it. We thought it was the precursor for an attack, just like the Lincoln assassination. They thought that, they were going to go after other cabinet members. People were totally freaking out. We had just gone through the Cuban Missile Crisis a month before, so I don't think so. I don't think so, Robert Kinnison. I really don't. Kennedy liked living. Kennedy was planning to run for re-election. Why would he kill himself? And the thing about Kennedy, as far as I know, it's suppositional about Parkinson's. He had Addison's disease, not Parkinson's, and that's a different thing entirely. There's a here it's time for fuzzy break. By the way, she jumped on the bed the other day, and her claws are very sharp and scratching the catnip scratcher, and she cut my foot open. My left ankle bone now has a big hole in it because she jumped up on my feet, and I went, ow! So I got to clip her claws. She has very sharp claws. Yes. That might be. Okay. Oh, Robert Kinnison is Cassio. He's back. I see his ugly mug in his profile. So, see, I kick him out. He comes back with another name. That's a new name. I've never heard of Robert Kinnison before. So, Mr. Creep is back. Excuse me. No, I've never seen Bubba Hotep. People have talked. I think the idea is ridiculous. Elvis faked his own death and Kennedy faked his death. That's like we didn't go to the moon and everybody confused with Capricorn 1. I'd have to look at my bio where you're seeing this. If you're getting it off a Little Chris's site, there's things that he's made up. Little Chris's so-called BS fan page full of libel and slander and lies and innuendo. And Photoshop pictures of me and Kathy with horrible, including people raping Kathy. Not me, someone else. So, and George Norrie and dressed up as a sheep. And Norrie got furious when he saw that in Bellgab. I was having sex with George Norrie. It's disgusting. This is the kind of crap I got to put up with. So I should really, next time Cassio comes in there, I'll keep reporting him, but I'm going to have to go down to YouTube physically and say, look, I got a problem with this guy. He keeps changing his handle. And he keeps libeling and slandering me in open chat and on his channel and keeps changing channel names. So now let me look up something. Bear with me for a moment. I'll look up this. And when I come up with $1,100, I'll buy one share of Alphabet if Mike's showing up. Okay, Addison's disease. Disorder occurs when your body produces insufficient amounts of certain hormones produced by your adrenal glands. Your adrenal glands produce too little cortisol and insufficient levels of aldosterone as well. You take hormones to replace the insufficient amounts being made by your adrenal glands. It can be life-threatening. Extreme fatigue, weight loss, darkening of your skin, low blood pressure, salt craving, low blood sugar, nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, abdominal pain, muscle or joint pain, serious depression, body hair loss, or sexual dysfunction in women, pain in your lower back, severe vomiting, low blood pressure, low loss of consciousness, high potassium levels, low sodium levels, and your adrenal glands are like here. So when they're damaged, and they produce androgens and corticosteroids and adrenaline-like hormones. So, and that's supposedly what Kennedy had was, or Addison's disease, and so, and it can be hereditary. And I don't know enough about the Kennedys to know if anybody else has this. Whoops. All right. John F. Kennedy's Addison's disease is probably caused by rare autoimmune disease. The disease, autoimmune polyendocrine syndrome type 2, also caused his hypothyroid medicine, according to a report published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. They were able to keep his medical history secret. He was portrayed as healthy and vibrant. He suffered various problems controlled by a daily regimen of steroids and other drugs. Symptoms include fatigue, dizziness, muscle weakness, weight loss, difficulty standing up, nausea, sweating, changes in mood and personality. Tuberculosis for 20% of the cases. The rest are autoimmune. Kennedy's opponents in the 1960 campaign said he's at Addison's. His physician released a statement cleverly worded. He had none of Addison's caused by tuberculosis. The matter was dropped. He collapsed twice because of the disease, once at the end of a parade during an election campaign and once at a congressional visit to Britain. He was diagnosed with it in the 1940s. In 1955, he was diagnosed with hypothyroidism, an insufficient output of thyroid hormones. And Dr. Lee Mandel, Navy Medical Corps endocrinologist in Chesapeake, Virginia, was allowed to review Kennedy's medical records at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library in 2008. And they found out that what he had. So Kennedy's younger sister, Eunice, had Addison, and John F. Kennedy Jr.'s son suffered from Graves' disease, where the thyroid is overactive. So that's what Kennedy had. So he had major medical issues. I didn't know, but who knew? Because they hid it. Today it would be out on the internet. It would be out there all over the place. Now we had Mr. Crapio put his crap out and disrupt the chat again. So that's why he keeps coming in here. He disrupts the chat with his BS, and then the chat stops. So he shocks everybody because he can't. So now they have a picture of the three bums being taken by the police, and it's claimed they were E.R. Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy, and the evidence is what they weren't that. Can I read this? Anyway, Hoover made an FBI statement that Oswald never worked for the FBI, but he was being paid by the CIA. So Special Agent James Hosty admitted the Bureau had contacted Oswald prior to the Kennedy assassination. Oswald visited the Dallas office of the FBI and left a note for his contact, Special Agent Hosty. Hosty had placed this in his work box. It remained there, though Oswald was murdered by Ruby, an FBI informant. Hosty testified 2 hours after Oswald's death. He was ordered by his superior, Gordon Shanklin, to destroy the note. He complied, tearing it up and flushing it down the toilet. Shanklin had been told by J. Edgar Hoover to get rid of the evidence, according to a New York Times report published 12 years after the event had occurred. The note said, according to Hosty, if you have anything you want to learn from me, come to talk to me directly. If you don't cease bothering my wife, I will take appropriate action and report this to the proper authorities. Because Hosty talked about this event long after the assassination, he was suspended by Hoover and later transferred to less important posts. In Oswald's notebook seized by authorities appeared Hosty's name, automobile license plate number, and telephone number. When the FBI submitted the notebook to the Warren Commission, one page was held. It was the page that referred to Hosty. So the cover-up was there. Blame Oswald. And only blame Oswald. And don't you dare say anybody else. And Lyndon Johnson called up, I can't remember the congressman. I believe he was from Georgia. And both he and Gerald Ford were saying, hello, it wasn't Oswald. And Lyndon Johnson said, you know, if we decide the Russians did this, it could start nuclear war and millions of Americans could be killed. And so Gerald Ford, who was on the Warren Commission for some bizarre reason I've never understood, he got this particular congressman from Georgia or Alabama, got Gerald Ford to stop his opposition to the whole idea of Oswald being the lone gunman. And that's how it all came about, that the lone gunman theory and the single bullet theory that turned in midair and went through Kennedy's head and out his chest and into Governor Connolly's hand. And I heard the explanation by Bill Birds. It's very convoluted. And a bullet wound up in the stretcher. The thing is that you couldn't invent this stuff. If you put it in a movie, people would go, I'm not going to watch this crap. This is ridiculous. So anybody who thinks Oswald did it is deluding themselves. It didn't happen. And it was a cabal of various and sundry people. And I've read that there was more than one shooter, too. There were multiple shooters. One of them missed. And here's another thing. The Zapruder film got altered by the CIA. And the CIA were pointing fingers at Cuba and the Soviets and away from Oswald's link to intelligence. If you read all these books, you'll find the truth, and it never happened. And I've read all these books in the past, but I'd have to reread them with my bad eyes now. It's very frustrating. Mainstream media reinforced the false conclusions of the Warren Commission. What else is new? And the witnesses. Frank Regano went public with it right after the assassination, gloating about it. He talked to an attorney. It was about one of the guy's own clients. When you see Jimmy Hoffa, tell him he owes me big. I have a hunch he wasn't talking about his lunch. And you'll find a lot of interesting things people have said in this section. They've talked plenty you haven't heard from all of us in the press. And let's see. A rescue team was flown into Dallas by U.S. military intelligence. The team members referred to as an abort team was about the abort of the assassination attempt. You might be asking yourself, why didn't they just tell the Secret Service to attend these motorcade trips? You'll see the testimony of Secret Service Special Agent Abraham Bolden. For some reason, there was a tight clampdown for national security purposes. In Chicago, his trip plans were canceled. The Secret Service was ordered to destroy all evidence of the cancellation, as well as a foiled conspiracy plot that was the reason of the cancellation. There were other forces at work. For whatever reason, in Dallas, it wasn't deemed feasible to simply tell the Secret Service. After Chicago, there were also conspiracy plots in Miami and Tampa, and they were apparently foiled by successful U.S. intelligence intervention. In Dallas, they planned to successfully intervene again and send a school and a special team. They were well trained, knew what to look for, military intelligence, CAJ logistical support. They went with team members to Dealey Plaza, and it's all been documented under congressional investigation. And we arrived at the plaza too late to abort the assassination. There was not enough time. Our people were not in position. Our communication between scattered team members were poor. The affidavit showed us Chicago monster Johnny Roselli, who wound up in an oil barrel floating off of Miami Beach, cut in pieces. Was well known as CIA military intelligence operation against Cuba, was given an operational cover name. And so there's all kinds of stuff going on in the background that can show that this is all a giant conspiracy. So, all right, say something, people. Oh, that isn't working. This is why I want to do call-in. Of course, the trolls will take over and drive me nuts and disrupt any call-in show. I'd probably have to do it under another name and hide my face in the hood and get a voice changer. Hello, this is the Man of Mystery. Tonight, I'll be talking about the JFK assassination. Change my voice and have a fake picture of me. Maybe a cardboard cutout of George Reeves or something. You would never see me. Get green screen. I'd be Pokemon or something. Hello, I am Pokemon. I am here tonight to talk to you about the best Team Rocket conspiracy. And I know Deep Pikachu, and Deep Pikachu will be calling tonight to talk about the Team Rocket conspiracy. So, you know. So all right, if no one's going to chat, I don't know what the point of continuing with this is. We got 10 people watching now. So I would do a JFK thing one night, but I have to have people interact with me, and I can't do it by myself, folks. But it's kind of me staring at the screen going, well, now what do I do? And I forgot that's not working. Hold on. That's interesting. Okay. Let's look at this from BBC in 2017. Questions that won't go away. From the BBC. Let's see what they said. Tony Glover got a perfect spot to watch the president's parade. He came by, smiled and waved Jackie smiled and waved. She was on my side. He turned the corner. I'm going to follow this car until it disappears. It's a president and watch every second I can. Then its head exploded. She told her mother someone had thrown fireworks in the car. I knew different. I believe in facts. I went to a JFK conference where there were a number of conspiracy people. Some of them was insane. Some was crazy. And yet, what happened? Now, she didn't say anything else, which is odd. 88% of the Warren Commission records are open, 11 open with sensitive portions removed, 1% are withheld. According to the 92 law, all records must be published in full. We saw President Trump try to release those records and the CIA stopped it. Tony Glover, who saw the killing at age 11, said there may have been a second shooter. Some believe other gunmen fired from the grassy knoll. Tony thinks the second shooter, if there was one, could have been on the other side of the road. There's substantial evidence for it. Jefferson Morley, a former Washington Post reporter. Oh, now I just lost the scrolling. Where'd it go? Talked about James Angleton, former CIA counterintelligence chief. He tends to doubt that Oswald shot JFK. It's more likely the fatal shot came from in front of Kennedy. Look at the Zapruder film, and Bill Burns mentioned this in his video. Kennedy's head goes flying backwards. Now, if you get shot in the head from the back, your head's going to go forward. If you get shot in the front, your head's going to go backwards. And he said there's a theory if you hit the bullet behind, the head goes forward and serves the bullet, but as a common sense explanation, it seems very unlikely. So, a paraffin test in Oswald's cheek after he was arrested suggested he hadn't fired a rifle. The test reliability is in question. John Connolly contradicted the Warren Commission's finding. He said he was not hit by the same bullet as Kennedy, and yet they had this single bullet theory created by Arlen Specter, former U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania, who was a commission lawyer at the time, to make it further bolster the thing that Oswald was guilty. And Morley says the official story, Oswald, a guy who nobody knew anything about, came out of nowhere and shot the president. The story we know beyond a reasonable doubt is false. Oswald was monitored by the CIA and by James Angleton for 4 years, from 1959 to November of 1963. Another guy thinks Oswald shot him. So, you have these guys debating it. And here's an amazing comment. Bruce Miraglio, a lawyer from St. Helena, California, has read many thousands of books on Kennedy and assassination. I didn't know there were thousands of books on this subject. I'm sitting in the office looking at the 26 volumes of the Warren Commission. Although he says reports made mistakes, he supports his conclusions. Well, I don't. So, and he said the number of people involved in the cover-up was so vast it seems impossible to keep anything earth-shattering under wraps. Well, that's a ridiculous assertion. You can keep a secret if enough people are told to shut up. Look at Roswell. All right, guys, you got to say something, or else I'm going to end this. The whole point of chat is you chat, and you're not chatting. You have to have an interaction with your host, and not trolls either. Well, I'm not getting anything here. What the hell was that? All right, Crawl is now showing to be a troll. He just put a thing. I'm not seeing any comments, or I wasn't. And we're not going to put Robert Kinnison on here. So Benjamin Rodriguez, you're out of here. You're not going to put comments, but Cassio. A certain paranormal host said she's going to storm Area 51 with her fans. Well, they have the camo people and helicopters and sensors, and she'll go to jail, and so will her fans. And I would remind you, Bill Burns did UFO Hunters. They went to Area 51. There are still signs. Use of deadly force is authorized. If you cross there, if they want to legally, they can shoot and kill you. So whether, hey, if she goes with her fans, they take the risk of being shot. So now the Jonestown Massacre, well, that's another animal. You had Leo McCarthy, I believe that was his name. Congressman went down there to talk to them, and on the airstrip, he was assassinated. And at least one of his staff members was shot, and you had the people of Jonestown forced to drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid, and Jim Jones had a very shady background. By the way, the book here, Sylvia Brown, I looked up on a site, and they said she committed $1 million in real estate fraud or bank fraud, some kind of fraud. And so that makes me question anything she ever said. I only keep these for completeness. I want to go all our books and see what these. So I won't bail her out. Well, remember, there's a video where they had a van of tourists driven by one of these tourist companies that takes you out to Area 51. And they finally agreed in court not to fine the passengers because they were innocent, but the guy drove the van too far past the line there. And after that line, you could not cross into Area 51. He did it and turned around, but what they do is they call the sheriff, and the sheriff will come and apprehend you and arrest you for trespassing. They have an agreement with the local, whatever county is out there. And they fined him, I think, $750. And it went to court for quite a long time. They were going to fine everybody. And you don't cross into Area 51. That's why there are secrets on that base, whether it's aliens or not, or secret aircraft, or clandestine operations, or whatever. You don't cross that line. And if Weatherhead thinks she's going to cross out with the impunity, she's mistaken. You don't cross in the Area 51. When the bearded guy and a woman on UFO Hunters went there, the camo people turned on the engines of their 4x4s, turned on their headlights, and started to advance toward them as if giving them a visible warning. If you cross the line, we're going to move toward you. And suddenly, during that, also a black helicopter showed up. So, you're being watched. There are ground sensors there that can detect movement. And I watched an episode of NCS LA where these drug cartel guys in Mexico, they had ground sensors, and they were right. There was some in the area, but they thought it was a coyote. They have sensors. They're scattered all over Area 51 on the entrances. And if you cross past a certain point, they can tell through sound, through visual means, that you're in that area, and they'll take you to jail. I won't bail her out either, even if I had the money. So let her sit in jail for a couple of days. Enjoy the facilities. When I go to Area 51, I will go to Area 51. I will go up to the point, and I'll get out and take a video of the sign that says, they've overprinted the sign with a new sign. And This is similar. It's not the actual sign. I think somebody did this on me. I got this years ago. This is basically, and it says the code from 1950, McCarran Internal Security Act, and all that. But this is basically what you see there, but it's a lot more than this. And there's a warning there. Hey, don't go beyond this point. Government stuff is going on. This is a restricted facility. And you're warned with a big sign. But now they put a sign over the original sign, and it's been changed. All right, the mailbox. The black mailbox. The famous black mailbox. All right, in the town of Rachel, which only has like 30 people in it, you have a house, and the guy had the black mailbox. It was originally white. He painted it black, and it's since been removed because so many tourists were stealing the black mail. I think the original mailbox may have gotten stolen. And it was driving the homeowner nuts because people kept showing up at all hours of the day and night, got pictures taken of the black mailbox. And he was tired of the noise and everything else. So that's the deal with the black mailbox. It's just a mailbox. It has nothing to do with conspiracies, UFOs, or anything else, as far as I know. But the people who run the Alien Inn, the Little Alien Inn, they have had UFOs show up in the area, and they've had some odd encounters in the bar and gift shop, and maybe even ghosts. So I've read stories on this. Weird stuff happens in Rachel, and the place is so small, and the next gas station in any direction is 50 miles. If you go to Rachel, Nevada, you really have a full tank of gas and water. It's way out in the desert. It's on the other side of Area 51. Art Bell talked about it. And they closed the last gas station and store there a few years ago, and the post office. So there's nothing there but a few trailers. They've expanded on the original Alien Inn. But it's another thing to stop and to look at, because they have all kinds of UFO merchandise for sale there. And I want to get Lee. I got a hat somewhere, and I got a T-shirt, Little Alien T-shirt. I got a hat. I don't know where they are right now. But I want to go there and talk to them, and maybe even do an interview with the owners of the Little Alien Inn. And it's very famous. And a lot of people have gone in there. John Lear's gone in there, Bob Lazar. There was a guy that was a conspiracy type, and he lived in there until they had to throw him out. And he made camp down the road in a trailer, and he claimed he was some UFO investigation center head or something. So that's the deal, though. But Little Alien Inn, if you want to know about Roswell and UFOs and the connection to Area 51, they're like, Area 51 is over here, and the town of Rachel is over here. And there's a hill between them. And Pahrump is like somewhere over here, I think. I'm not certain of this. I'd have to actually get a map of Nevada and print it out to figure out exactly where Pahrump is. But Art used to talk about it. It's just over the hill from me. So that's where Area 51 is. And I'm going to go there. When we get the 4x4, we will, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll have to pay someone to go feed the cats at the senior center. Have somebody go feed the kitties, at least leave them dry food. And Tiny and Talkie, it would probably take me, let's see, a day to get to LA, another day to get to Vegas, a day or two to hang around Vegas. Kathy's never seen Vegas. And I have a personal thing to do in Vegas when I go there. And then another day to go see Hoover Dam. And then another day to see Grand Canyon and to stop off at Area 51. And I want to see what Pahrump looks like and maybe see what Art Bell's house looks like. I don't want to see Heather Wade in a bikini and or anything like that. And then we go to the Grand Canyon, and then I don't know if we go to Roswell or not. Kathy wants to go to the Grand Canyon. And I told Kathy we should do a test and push Patty off the Grand Canyon and see if he would hit bottom like Mel's hole. I was joking, though. I'm not going to do that. We're not going in Patty. I would visit, but I'm not going to go ring on the doorbell. And by the way, I never heard from Asia Bell even though I post on her Facebook page. And she supposedly came in there one night and people said it was really her. I still don't believe it was really her. Why would an 11-year-old girl come into my chat room? The daughter of Art Bell. Why would, on the weekend he died? Why would she come into my chat room? I don't think it was her at all. Just like I don't think George Norrie comes in there at all. I do know one person who does come in there, a media personality, but I'm not going to say that person's name. So, but they actually come in the chat, and I didn't leave that person. No, you don't get a clue. I'm not going to tell. That's my secret. But people pretend to be George Norrie in here and pretend to be other people, and they're not. That's Bellgab trolls coming in here. I'm getting tired of talking to Bellgab trolls. So now you cannot normally go and ring on Art Bell's door because the sheriff will come by and say, "What are you doing here?" And they'll chase you off or threaten to arrest you. Art with a live. I don't know what the procedure is now that Art's dead, but I wouldn't intrude on them. But I would go at least, this is Art Bell's house, and I'm going to leave it at that. And may his family be well and happy and safe, prosperous and healthy, and all of that. And the new son. I feel sorry for the little boy because he never got to know his father. And we still haven't been told how Art died. I want to go to Roswell, but I want to go to Roswell when the Roswell commemoration thing is going on. And Stanton Friedman says you need to stop going. It's getting old and he had a stroke. Okay, I'm not going to allow that. So, yeah, well, you know what? I've lost keys in weird place, like on a streetcar and stuff. So losing things when you go to the bathroom can happen. The new sheriff in Nye County is strange. I'll just say that. There are some strange things about that woman. And if the people decide that she's too strange, they'll vote her out of office. So, Adam, I just removed that post, and let's not go there because I don't know if it really happened, and I don't want to have anything put out by somebody that I don't personally know happened without looking it up. So, let's move on. Okay. The point is, for a number of years, Art said that I don't want people showing at my door. I am a recluse after denying it to a local shop owner. And he said, you show up at my door, the cops will show up and they'll tell you to leave. And if they showed up and bothered me, I said, look, I do live YouTube videos. I knew Art. It wasn't a personal friend, but Art knew me. I knew him. We talked. And we emailed back and forth, and I just want to show people where I used to live. And I would leave if they give me a hassle. So I'm not about to try to get arrested by going to our Bell's house by any means. So I am sure also there's ghost places in Las Vegas. That'd be kind of cool to go investigate live. And I watched Matthias, and they stayed overnight in the High Five studio that he owns, and they're remodeling it. And they saw a very paranormal event in the video where a paintballer jumps off a table and goes across the room, and there's no one in the room. And I said, you should go and have a live paranormal crew go in with all their meters and devices, find out if your studio is haunted. So, excuse me. I don't know why. I guess it's getting old. I don't know why. No matter how much sleep I get, I'm always sleepy. Maybe a tired blood. I don't know. They used to have, what was it, Seratan or Geritol, and they would talk about the old Ted Mack amateur hour. That was the sponsor. Now, they ever make that stuff? Let me see. They still make that stuff. And it was some stuff you drank and it tasted nasty, but it was supposed to help with tired blood. And I don't know there was such a thing as tired blood. Let's see, Geritol. Do they still make Geritol? Or was it one of these patent medicines that was crap? Who knows? Oh my God, they still put it out. Multivitamins, trademark name, various dietary supplements, past and present, introduced in 1930. Owner, Me and Consumer Healthcare, Milan. What is Geritol and what does it do? Right balance of key vitamins and minerals. People have trusted the Geritol name for years, but in the old days, it was a bottle of Geritol and you drank it. And they've got your multivitamins, so whatever, and liquid. They've got liquid still with $1 off on their website. So there is. Oh, this is iron-containing products. Can be fatal to children under 6. So it's a Geritol fatal to children under 6. So it's a Geritol supplement now, but what it used to be, I don't know. But if you look at the old Ted Mack shows and other CBS programs at the time, they're holding up a bottle of Geritol, and there was some other stuff called Seratan. I think that was a thing like that powder, you mix it in liquid, you drink it when you want to clean yourself out. So, yeah, but it was also on Ted Mack. Yeah, Lawrence Welk may have been doing that too. My parents watched Lawrence Welk, but I didn't. I thought Lawrence Welk was boring. Except for the Lennon sisters. Welcome to Lennon and the sisters. And the sweetest music this side of heaven. Where's that guy from Florida? I can't remember. But Lawrence Welk was like, no, I would get my little TV and I would watch Voice of Bottom of the Sea. I didn't want to watch no Lawrence Welk. Or Ed Sullivan, for that matter. I got forced to watch Ed Sullivan. Got my own TV. I was watching the FBI with Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Apparently all fake, made-up stories. None of them actually happened. Excuse me, my voice is going. So, there's a Sominex. They advertise the hell out of that. For safe and restful sleep, sleep, sleep. Oh, yeah. Seratan, I would say, nature is spelled backwards. That was their slogan. Nature is spelled backwards. I wondered about those. Why would you spell your name of your product backwards? If you say Seratan and you reverse speech it, did it say natures or something else? Or does Satan come under it, or the devil? I don't know. Let me see if they still make Seratan. Now we're going to the old days of television. The television sponsors from 1954 or some silliness. Hold on. Oh, I'm amazed that Geritol is still being put out in some form. Oh, that's not going to work. I keep forgetting my S doesn't work. If your S doesn't work, you can't have a sex. No, I didn't spell it wrong. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Nature's N-A-T-U-R-E. N-A-T, make you. That would be an E-S. Hold on. N-A-T-U-R-E-S. Okay. N-A-T. Here we go. Serotan. A laxative product, fiber laxative product, folded into pharmaceuticals acquisition of J.B. Williams, founded in 1885. A fiber type laxative, widely promoted on radio and television from 1930 to 1950s, and as Gary Radnitz says on KMER, good knowledge, the Lawrence Welk show a Serotan commercial on YouTube, 58-second Serotan commercial. So it was a laxative, which I never knew. I just said, what the hell is Serotan as a kid? So, wonderful. If you take Serotan, you'll be cleaned out for months. Wonderful. Hello, Fluffy. Yes, I will feed you in a little while. I know you want your cat. You want your wet food, baby boy. My boy. Yes. He gets his look like, is it wet food time yet? I think it is. My clock says wet food time, but it always says wet food time. He has a watch. He has a sea watch, a cat watch. A little cat watch in his pocket. You can't see it. It's invisible. And anytime you look, it's his cat time. There he goes. Here we go. I got him. I got the fluff. Oh. I got the fluff. Hey. With the wonderful. Baby. Sweet boy. Baby. Love me. Yeah, love me. Love me. Yes. Love holding me. Don't get to hold my boy enough because you're always running away. Silly boy. Okay. Okay. Siren, MK Ultra, and mind control. Remember, his diaries kept saying RFK must die, RFK must die, and then after the assassination, he said, I shot him, but I have no conscious memory of it. Well, I think so. I think a lot of these shootings at schools now are being directed because you get guys you never heard of, and they always say he's a quiet guy. He made threats to the school, and then some of these guys blank out afterwards when the ones that survived aren't killed. But I think there are too many of these to all be random. And that particular shooting, there was a security guard there, and there were multiple shots fired, and Siren's gun couldn't fire multiple shots, and some of those shots went into the ceiling. There's evidence the security guard actually killed RFK and not Siren, but of course we all this lone gunman business, and they try to blame the lone gunman so that you all, excuse me, find out the conspiracy. And the mafia said that RFK will never be president. It was probably done by the CIA and mafia combination because RFK was going to go after the people The CIA knew it. The mafia knew it. He was going to go, if he became president, he was going to go after whoever killed his brother. And they couldn't allow that. So let's look up if we have the possibility of who killed RFK. So I'll look that up. I keep typing on the wrong keyboard. Now I can't type. I can't see what I'm typing. Who killed RFK? All right. Sharon allegedly fired a .22 caliber Ivor Johnson cadet revolver at Senator Kennedy, but I know there's other explanations for this. RFK's children divide over calls for a fresh investigation of his assassin. RFK Jr. launches new investigation, believes, hold on, this is from the Blaze, Boston Globe, and he sat down with the Washington Post. Months of investigating the crime. Kennedy told the Post, hold on, my scrolling keeps. He left convinced from his meeting that Ciron, hold on. He met with Ciron, convinced the Palestinian Christian did not kill his father. There may be a second shooter. The details of their meeting were never disclosed. 50 years have passed since the assassination took place. Paul Schrade was shot in the head while walking with Kennedy that day, convinced RFK Jr. to investigate the case further after showing an autopsy report. A scale of 1 to 10, unbelievable. The story is Pat, where Pat is greater than a 5. Some guy. Now, I remember the talk with the security guard. I remember that quite clearly from somewhere. The security guard actually shot him and not. Okay. Here we go. The Guardian, 2006. Who killed Kennedy? Did the CIA kill Robert Kennedy? Remember, the CIA had it in for JFK because he fired Alan Dulles or John McCone. I can't remember which one was the head of the CIA, and he wound up on the Warren Commission. So that was odd right then and there. And he, okay, witnesses placed Ciron's gun several feet in front of Kennedy. The fatal bullet is fired from 1 inch behind. Autopsy report suggests Ciron could not fire the shots that killed Kennedy. More bullet holes are found in the pantry than Ciron's gun can hold, suggesting a second gunman is involved. Ciron's notebooks show a series of automatic writing. RFK must die. I remember that quite clearly from the time it happened. RFK must be killed. Robert F. Kennedy must be assassinated before 5 June 68. Even under hypnosis, he's never been able to remember shooting Kennedy. He remembers being led into a dark place by a girl who wanted coffee, then being choked by an angry mob. Defense psychiatrists conclude he was in a trance at the time. Leading psychiatrists he may have been a hypnotically programmed assassin. And new video and photograph evidence suggested 3 senior operatives of the CIA were behind the killing. I did not buy the official ending that he acted alone. And crossing paths with David Sanchez Morales, a fearsome Yaqui Indian. Morales was a legendary figure in CIA covert operations. And they talk about Castro. And so, and he met an immigration officer who said, I definitely think it was more than one man. And Morales died of a heart attack weeks before he was supposed to appear before the House Committee on Assassinations. and the LAPD had problems too. But then they screwed up investigations on Marilyn Rowe, Sal Mineo, and Robert Kennedy and George Reeves. So and I remember quite clearly the security guard. Let's see, Third World Traveler, excerpts from the book 1993, Who Killed Robert Kennedy? And let's see here. The LAPD had engaged in a massive cover-up both during the original investigation and the intervening 20 years. They had not only attempted to misconstrue or overlook data that didn't support their lone assassin view, they actively destroyed evidence that might suggest conspiracy. The results of the 68 test firing of Sheeran's gun were missing. The test gun used for ballistic comparison and identification was destroyed. 90% of the tapes witness testimony was lost or destroyed. Only 301 interviews out of 3,400 were preserved. Key testimony, like 29 witness accounts, suggest conspiracy was missing. Less important interviews, like that of Sheeran's Bible teacher, remained. 2,400 photographs of the original investigation were burned. The LAPD claimed the photos were duplicates. There weren't any known duplicates. There weren't any known logs or inventories of photos that could verify that. Scott Enyard, an amateur photographer, had been taking pictures the night of the assassination, had his film confiscated, never been given back all his photos. His pictures, the only one that could have captured the actual shooting, weren't in the files. Evidence for a second gunman, 3 gunshot wounds in Robert Kennedy's body behind the right ear, a second near the right armpit, a third 1.5, I'm not sure, but I think it's 1.5 inches below the armpit wound. A fourth bullet missed his body and pierced the right shoulder of his suit coat. All but bullets entered from the right rear at a steep upward angle and slightly left direction. Witnesses disagree on whether CR shot at RFK while the senator was turned to his left shaking hands with busboy Juan Romero, or whether the handshake had finished and Kennedy was walking forward. All agree Ciron approached Kennedy from the front. The senator never turned his back to Ciron. This is inconsistent with the autopsy evidence that the shots came from the rear. It was possible for him to fire the final shots at RFK. It was never shown that. There must have been a second gunman. LAPD's response to the question of extra bullets was a systematic cover-up. They destroyed the ceiling tiles, which I remember, and the door frames saved in 1969. Results of tests done on the floor frames or ceiling tiles. When photos of this crucial area were released, they were identified only by number but lacked captions or labeling. Since there's not corresponding law to indicate what numbers referred to, weren't much as evidence. When the destruction of evidence was revealed in 1975, the LAPD claimed to destroy the files. They were too large in framewood. The tiles in framewood, they were too large to fit in a card file. And the assistant chief of police claimed the destruction didn't matter. The tiles in framewood contained no bullets, and therefore there's no evidence. So, but I'm not finding the security guard. Hold on. And they're saying about Caliber Khan and list of people: Jimmy Hoffa, right-wing and racist group, Southern California ranchers, hardline coal warriors, and so there's something about, I remember reading about the security guard, but I don't know where it is. So hold on. Let me type security guard. I know there's something about the security guard. He also supposedly fired shots and was seen doing it. Was never prosecuted for, and he left the scene or something. Security guard as second gunman theory. And they mentioned this guy's name. Hold on. Thane Eugene Caesar has been considered the most likely candidate for second gunman. He's been employed by Ace Guard Service to protect Kennedy. This is not his full-time job. During the day, he worked as a maintenance plumber at Lockheed Aircraft in Burbank, a job that required security clearance from the Department of Defense. He worked there from '66 until losing his job in '71. Caesar began working at Hughes in '73, a job he held for 7 years, and a position Caesar said required the second highest security clearance level at the plant. He said he drew a gun at the scene of the shooting, but insisted the weapon was a Rome 38, not a 22. The caliber of the bullets found in Kennedy, he claimed he got knocked down after the first shot and did not get the opportunity to fire his gun. The LAPD did not regard him as a suspect, did not ask to see his gun. He said he did own a .22 Harrington and Richardson pistol, showed it to Sergeant P.E. Osteen on June 24, '68. When he interviewed Caesar 3 years later, he claimed he had sold the gun before they assassinated a man named Jim Yoder. William Turner tracked down Yoder. Yoder still had a receipt for the pistol dated September 6th and bore Caesar's signature. He had sold the pistol 3 months after the assassination, contradicting his '71 claim he had sold the pistol 3 months before the murder. They subjected him to a polygraph examination, and Caesar denied any involvement with the assassination, passing with flying colors. And Ciron was programmed, and there was a woman in a polka dot dress at the various sites. This woman was seen by Kennedy campaign worker, and a woman and 2 men, one of whom she later stated was Ciron, walked past her up the stairs. 30 minutes later, she heard gun noises that sounded like the backfired. Saw the woman and one of the men running from the scene. She said the woman exclaimed, "We shot him, we shot him." When she asked the woman whom she referred, the woman said Senator Kennedy. And she talked to Senator Vanoker, NBC Newsman, after the shooting. And Evan Freed, another witness, saw the girl in the polka dot dress. And Serrano claimed that the story was fabricated. Wait a minute. Who's Serrano? Sandra Serrano made it up, according to one claim here. So, an elderly couple told him they saw a couple in their early 20s. One of the women was with a polka dot dress. The couple were smiling and shouting, "We shot him, we." And an elderly couple told him they saw a couple in their early 20s. One of the women was with a polka dot dress. The couple were smiling and shouting, "We shot him, we killed Kennedy, we shot him." He filed the official reports of the incident. They disappeared and were never involved in their CIA involvement. And they mentioned Morales. So there's your possible suspects for the RFK assassination if you rule out Ciron. I don't think it was Ciron. I never did. You don't write in a notebook, RFK must die, RFK must die today at 5 o'clock, and then you have no memory of it. You're either programmed, and remember, they programmed Candy Jones to be an assassin, the wife of Long John Nebel. So I firmly believe that Ciron may have been another patsy. But RFK was not going to become president because he knew too much. He knew where the bodies were buried in the mafia, and the mafia said, "We're going to get you for going after us." They elected Kennedy by 100,000 votes in Illinois. By a lot of people were dead voters, and turned on the mafia, started indicting them and investigating them, and the mafia was furious about that, including the head of the family in Chicago and the head of the family in New Orleans. They were going to get Kennedy, and they did. So there's your polka dot dress woman who disappeared and has never been seen again. We shot him. We killed Robert Kennedy. Remember also that year, 2 other people were killed. Martin Luther King. I've never believed it was, I can't remember his name right now. That guy. And Arthur Brenner shot George Wallace and paralyzed him. And he was another lone gunman. So you had 3 lone gunmen kill or shoot 3 prominent, 2 died, 1 lived, 3 prominent politicians, or not 2 prominent politicians and Martin Luther King. Where did the guy who shot Martin Luther King supposedly get the money to go to London when he was broke? And there was a car parked there that disappeared. And there were witnesses who saw a man get into the car, and he wasn't that guy. So that whole thing is suspect, too. Well, I don't care if he was a ladies' man. That's not the point. Martin Luther King, from what I've read, was going to turn from peaceful non-intervention to active civil disobedience and also start doing social justice stuff. And he was looked as a wild-eyed radical. And if he had done that, and certain elements, right-wingers and paranormal groups and haters and what we call neo-Nazis types were determined to get rid of King by any means possible. And they did. And, you know, there's one other person in the black movement who was assassinated, and that was Malcolm X. And he broke off from the Nation of Islam, and they murdered him. So, but James Earl Ray. There we go. James Earl Ray. I had to do some connection in my brain. Doesn't work like it used to, folks. James Earl Ray. And James Earl Ray had a strange past and always said he didn't do it. But the lone gunman. Okay, how do I find about Al Sharpton? I think Al Sharpton is a rabble-rouser and a fraud who shows up at every one of these events, showed up at Ferguson, Missouri and all that, and talks about injustice. And he just does this for his own benefit, publicity, and money. Same with Jesse Jackson, or as Rush Limbaugh always says, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Jesse Jackson has used his Rainbow Coalition for years to extort money from American companies by threatening boycotts and picketing. And they give him money to get him to go away. He's another fraud. That's how I feel about Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton hasn't done anything positive that I've seen his whole life, and neither is Jesse Jackson. So that's not a racist comment. You don't see these guys show up after a shooting in the south side of Chicago where a young black boy or a black girl and mother or father get shot, where they have hundreds of shootings every year there. And the police in Chicago recently, I think, said that the number of shootings is down, and then that weekend they had like 38 more shootings. So nobody pickets the south side of Chicago to demand justice for the victims. But you get a guy shot after he's trying to take a gun off a policeman who pulled him over for ripping off a box of cigars, and they call him a victim of white police brutality. And he was a thug who stole out of a convenience store. He tried to kill the cop by grabbing his weapon. The cop had to defend himself and wound up having to resign. His home address was published on the internet, and they ruined his life. And Opportunists. Thank you. That's exactly what they're. And the people in Ferguson were bussed in, just like we saw people bust into Austin, Texas. I've been told that by RFK MLK. They were bussed into these locations, and George Soros is funding a lot of this. He funded a sign in Minneapolis. Young black youth work to fight social injustice, and call an 800 number, and they paid you to be a paid protester. These people are being paid. They're not real, authentic community members. And a lot of people at the time of Ferguson that were protesting were found later to not even live in Ferguson, and were bussed in from hundreds of miles away. It's all a fraud. It's part of the get rid of gun agenda and attack the police that we see in this country. And they just caught the guy who shot a deputy on Friday in Virginia, killed a sheriff's deputy. They caught him. And we had cops killed in Baltimore last week. And, cops as targets. Not because they've done anything wrong, but because it's considered acceptable to kill cops now, who are just out there doing their job to protect the rest of us. Now, you notice that I have my door wide open. No policeman will show up my door, take me away. So the assertions of Crapio, Dark Moon, are totally unfounded. And the usual libel and slander from the haters and heat haters, the first water. So, and then there's the Reverend, I can't remember his name, Obama's church reverend. America's chickens have come home to roost. I'm still trying to figure that one out. What are America's chickens? Is that like Tyson chicken? Is that like Purdue chicken? Is that Rocky Range chicken? Is that Foster Farms chicken? Which American chicken is it? Of all the history books I've ever read, and I have dozens of history books here, I have yet to read about America's chickens. Where are the chickens? Wright. His name was Wright. I can't remember his first name. Reverend Wright. And then you have Louis Farrakhan, another rabble-rouser and hater of American society, and considers all whites as racist and the enemy and head of the nation of Islam. So they're all opportunists. They're there to get money and publicity and power, but they don't give a damn about the average black guy in the street. That doesn't get the press. And doesn't get them, if they go to Chicago and a little black boy gets shot in the street for playing, or a father is walking his child to an ice cream store, and a black man in Oakland, and he gets murdered on the street, you don't see Jesse Jackson or Louis Farrakhan or the Reverend Wright or Al Sharpton show up to mourn him. But if some guy gets shot on BART by the BART police, Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson will show up. Yeah, I think Farrakhan is very dangerous. But it's only a danger as long as people listen to his crap. If we didn't pay attention, if these people were not, every one of their movements or speeches were not discussed in the media, they'd wither up and die. Not literally, but socially. No one would pay attention to these guys. That's because the media, like today, we had Kim Kardashian show up at the White House, and she met with Donald Trump. Now, I think she married Kanye West, and then she met with Ivanka, and she met with the daughter. But if she were, Sally Cream Cheese from East Delaware, New Jersey, no one would pay attention to her because she's Kim Kardashian, and her Kanye West is supporting President Trump. She gets to meet with the president. I think she's very attractive and all that, but does that qualify her to meet with the President of the United States? And she was talking about prison reform. So, how does Kim Kardashian meet with the President on prison reform? I don't know. But she was at the White House today. Celebrities talking to the president about prison reform. Go figure. Next, we'll have some celebrities show up talking about how we shouldn't eat beef and we shouldn't be killing animals for food. That'll be next. Some PETA person will show up. Maybe, oh, wait a minute. Not Lonnie Anderson, the other, Pamela Anderson will show up talking to Trump about PETA and tell how we shouldn't wear furs. I figured that would be the next person to show up at the White House, talking about we should eat tofu and soy burgers and not kill Bossy the cow or a deer or something. Probably not. I don't think PETA ever bitches about fish, though. I don't think I've ever heard them complain about people who eat tuna fish. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. On a personal basis, I'd sit there and listen to Kim Kardashian talk about it. I think she's sexy. I wouldn't pay attention to her thoughts on prison reform, other than that's interesting. Next, I mean, God, when I went to bed this morning, I didn't know this story was going to occur. And on the top 100 things I thought of Kim Kardashian prison reform didn't show up any of them. Maybe Kanye West it pushed her somehow or got. And then how does Kim Kardashian know Donald Trump or get an invite to the White House or Kanye West? If these people were like a rapper and a reality TV star, how do they get with the president of the United States? I just don't get this. Somehow, you don't get invited to the White House, or you don't go to the White House without knowing somebody of influence or getting a direct invite from the president himself. So I have no issue with. He pardoned somebody else today. He pardoned the late Jack Johnson for supposedly transporting oil across state lines. A total racist decision. Martha Stewart had insider information and went to federal prison, and I think she got a bum deal. So I have no problem with his pardoning Martha Stewart. He pardoned somebody else, but I can't remember the story. I saw it in my email feed, and I didn't have a problem with that either. And I think he may have pardoned, was that Obama or Bush, Scooter Libby or something? I can't remember. I don't care for Martha Stewart, her shows, her crockery, and her products. Remember, she lost all her endorsements, and Target removed her products, and Walmart removed her products. She suddenly became a pariah. You're not supposed to insider trade, but for God's sake, she went to prison and she did her time, and leave her the hell alone. I mean, it's not. Insider trading is not a good thing, but it's not like she went out and murdered somebody with a frying pan or something. So, let me look at my email and see if I can find that. Who else he pardoned? One day I'll actually get like 12 hours of sleep and feel wide awake. Maybe that's why weight makes me sleepy. I've got tired blood or something. California underreports hate crimes. Samantha Bee apologizes for calling Ivana Trump a vulgar name. We had a wind advisory in the bridges here. And I don't see Martha Stewart. Maybe that was. Oh, Dinesh D'Souza. That's who it was. Dinesh D'Souza got convicted of campaign finance issues and illegal campaign contribution in 2012. So he gave a pardon to conservative filmmaker Dinesh D'Souza, who did one or two films about Obama. So I got one of Dinesh D'Souza's books on my political bookshelf. So, and we had an earthquake in Concord yesterday, which I didn't feel needed a Kathy, and 7 wildfires erupted yesterday. Harvey Weinstein has been indicted by New York grand jury in rape, criminal sexual act charges. And one fire in Contra Costa got set by an arsonist. That's interesting. And Heritage Foundation is talking about a new internet sales tax. That's disturbing. Tax the people to death, but there's nothing left than tax them some more. Oh, that was back in April. I think it was an apartment fire. And Trump signs right to try bill, paving the way for people with terminal illnesses to get experimental treatment and medicine. Well, good for the president on that. So, Martha Stewart is not a presidential, not president. As far as I know, she was not a celebrity of credits. But there are certain things that people consider to be an injustice for one reason or another, and that's what a presidential pardon is. It's to people who have done exemplary things after their conviction, and the president says, "Okay, we forgive you as a society." Well, I don't know why you've got a problem with Martha Stewart. Bush, Obama, Reagan have all pardoned people. And I think Obama or Bill Clinton pardoned a major tax offender who fled to Switzerland, rich. And that was a wrong thing to do. The guy was wanted for major tax crime. He got a presidential pardon. The fix was in on that one. Let me see what he did exactly. And I think I'm going to end this because I'm starting to get really tired. Oops. Yeah, okay. Oh, he didn't pardon her. He floats, Trump float, according to CNN, floats Martha Stewart pardon, and one group saying Trump's pardons tend to go toward celebrity. And let's see, he's considering pardoning Martha Stewart and commuting Rod Blaginovitch's sentence for 2 former Apprentice series stars. I pardoned Jack Johnson, and let's see. Okay, Giuliani said to CNN, Martha Stewart never gone to jail. She hadn't lied during a testimony. Lying is in black and white. And of course, anything you see on Donald Trump on CNN is going to be biased. And I'm scrolling down there, and I'm seeing all kinds of. Let's see. Oh, Blaginovitch and Stewart's conventions have ties to James Comey.
As a parent, I'm sick and tired of these school shootings. The only thing that's more predictable than the next tragedy is the moral cowardice of politicians.
Hate these things that pop up. Blaginovitch said in the Wall Street Journal, the rule of law is under assault. America is being perverted and abused by FBI and Justice Department officials. And politically motivated prosecutors now interfere with and undo free and fair elections. Well, I don't know if that's the case, but that's the deal there. So, no, I don't want the news summarized. I hate CNN. All right. Martha Stewart, it says here, according to Money, she was convicted of obstruction of justice and lying to somebody. And Vanity Fair, Martha Stewart, please refuse the presidential pardon. This isn't about you anyway. So they always twist stuff. Hold on. "5 months in prison." And they're all talking about being a celebrity help. She sold 4,000 shares of Imclone Systems. She did it the day before the company announced an FDA cancer drug sent the price plummeting. She settled with the SEC. She lost her position of CFO of Martha Stewart Limited on the media. She sold it later for $355 million. The company is worth half that amount. And out of the site, it's going, but so the president has he's not going to give him a pardon. He's going to have a commutation, which is different than a pardon, or so it says on there. So this is stuff that's not on my radar. I really don't care. I got other things. My main thing is to go to Alien Con. What the president's doing with these people, it doesn't fall on my personal radar. I've got too much else going on. I got to deal with Kathy. I got to deal with. Thank you, Rufus. I got to deal with trolls like Crapio. I got to deal with people promise me to have a podcast to earn me money for Alien Con, and then they don't do it. I don't have time for an hour of time to get you on live so people could call you up. Liars, fools, libelers, slanderers, and people who don't keep their word. There's such a thing as personal integrity. And the haters, oh, you're funny to talk about personal integrity, but you promise to do something to help someone out, you do it. You don't tell them all the time. I can't take out the time. I don't have time for an hour of you to be on the air to talk to your fans and even your detractors because I'm too busy. But I made a promise to do this weeks ago. Now I'm too busy. I can't find 1 hour out of my valuable schedule in 151 hours as of this morning and 26 minutes before Alien Con. I can't find it. Wonder about a man who says, I can't find the time, but he's got time to do all this other stuff, including his IT work, but can't find the time to help the guy out. So, something wrong with that thinking. And there's something wrong with that person, Curtis Thornton. If he doesn't like it, it's too bad. You don't make a promise to help someone and renege on the promise. And I don't do that now. And then people bring up, I haven't paid the girl the $20 for pizza, and you haven't given money to Puerto Rican hurricane relief. No, I haven't. I haven't had the money to spare. When I get the money to spare, they'll get the money. And the girl no longer works there, then I'll say, how many guys give delivering pizza? And I'll give them $10 or something. But that's my decision, how I spend my money, not trolls' decisions. And I said I would give 10% of the money for Alien Con. It would cost me $95 in my own pocket or something like that. So I will decide how I spend my money, and I'll give the money to whatever, or the Las Vegas. I would rather have given it to Las Vegas victims because the people in Puerto Rico, yeah, they're having a very rough time, and their infrastructure is ruined. But people in Las Vegas had their lives destroyed, and some of them are still probably suffering physical problems. I'd rather give it to Las Vegas people than Puerto Rico, but that's neither here nor there. All right, it's 3:44, 36, and only 5 people are watching, so I think I'm going to end this one. Have a good night. This is George Senda, the guy from Pittsburgh. No, we did not get any super chat donations, and no one's donating to PayPal. So I'll tell you right now, folks, if I get on that train and I don't see money flowing into PayPal, you're not going to see me live stream. I'm not going to bust my ass for 14 hours and not get any help. So I'll do the videos at Alien Con, because I promised to do it. But I'll go live, and I'll have live Wi-Fi on my iPad when it gets back. But if no one donates, I'm shutting it down. I'll just do a video of Alien Con. 6 weeks, the Curtis thing is not going to happen. He wanted me to do it with Abram or somebody else. And Abram is not on my people I'm not very happy with list right now, because he promised to help me with cat food money and said he couldn't do it. And I haven't heard from him since. So that's not going to happen. There's not going to be any Curtis show. Okay? So don't bring it up again. Curtis lied to me. He promised to do the show, and 2 weeks ago said my wife went to go out. I forgot about it. She reminded me. And then I said, how about next weekend? Oh, Memorial Day. I have family things to do. And then he came up with this stuff that's some sound program. And I have the email to tell me exactly what the sound program was. I don't remember. It was Windows 10. What do I know from Windows 10? And then he said, I have issues with that. There's some kind of flaw, and I have to test it out. Then he goes, I tested it out, but I don't have the time to do this. And as I said in my email, and you got the email, you make the time if you really want to do this. And he had no intention to do this in the first place. I want you to go to Alien Con, but I don't have time to help you go to Alien Con. Because once a sewer gabber, always a sewer gabber. Well, he's not my pupil. Quit with that pupil crap. I am not his teacher. He's a friend, but he has a bad habit of, and I don't know if he's headstrong, but he has a bad habit of not showing up here. And he has helped me out in the past. I'm grateful for that. But when you say you're going to give me money on Monday, and then by Thursday you come up with a story that someone took too much money out of his bank account, that strikes me as a bit ridiculous. You don't give someone your debit card and have them take money out of the bank. So I'm going to remove that comment. You do weird stuff like, did you drink hard Snapple and he's my pupil and all this. You need to stop this 6 weeks. I'm really getting really tired of this sort of stuff from you, and how you're doing certain things in your homeless capacity, at least your supposed homeless capacity. So I have no proof that you're homeless, and I frankly doubt it. I think you're doing that for sympathy. And you came on this channel asking for donations to you, and I really, knowing that I'm struggling financially, I think those are terrible things for you to do. If you're really homeless, then people should help you out, certainly. But if you're not homeless and you're doing this just to be disruptive of my efforts to get my help to Alien Con, well, you shouldn't be doing it. Once Alien Con's over, if you want to come here and ask for help, that's fine. And if I ever find you're not really homeless, I'm gonna ream you a new one. No, I'm not aggravated because of Curtis. I am aggravated because of Curtis. I'm talking about your actions. They need to stop. I'm drinking hard cider, which is ridiculous. And you're telling how you have certain things you're doing which are reprehensible, and I've removed the comments. You need to stop this. You come in and chat respectfully and, not with stuff that's over the line. So, all right. If you don't stop, you'll pay the price. You'll be blocked. All right? I'll give you a warning. I blocked you before. I can block you again. I don't need 6-week tenure in my life to be going to cause me aggravation. All right? And you can't even make it out of Denver. How the hell are you going to get to DEF CON? You're claiming you're hanging around dumpsters and getting food out of dumpsters. And you don't have any clothes. Your clothes have holes in them. Your shoes have holes in them. You sleep in a dumpster, under a tree, under a carport, wherever. So, okay? And I keep hearing that you and Jerry are the actual people publishing my emails on Bellgab. And you're releasing all kinds of personal stuff to Bellgab. So you wonder why I suspect you, and the whole thing with the Fifi and the car donations to MD, which I saw the pictures, and you claim they never happened, and you claim you went to court, and you had an anti-male judge who threw the book at you and threw you out of the country and all this stuff. Come on. Kathy didn't believe it. I don't believe it either. All right? So that's like Khan telling James T. Kirk, old friend. You're doing things that are suspicious. I suspect you. All right, I'm done with this line of conversation. I'm firing a warning shot across your bow, and you need to stop. If you're not going to stop, then I'll block you in email and I'll block you in chat. I won't let me do it. It's got to stop. Well, that's what you claimed, and it's not a silly remark. You got told to leave the country. That's what you told me, at least the best of my recollection. But I'm done. It's not a silly remark. That's what you sent me all these emails with this ludicrous story that some anti-male judge gave you a hard time and you were told to leave. Now, if you're telling me that's not true now, then I erased all my emails. I don't have the emails, but I know I read. So, and how your wife ran off with another man, blocked you from seeing your own supposed son, hid all the millions of dollars she had in the chateau vaults in trust, and you couldn't get a dime, and left you in abject poverty, and you sold your graphics design business, and I don't know what happened to money with that, and you wound up in France, and you were going from town to town on tourism things. When I would ask you, show me some pictures of where you've been. I've never seen cities in France other than Normandy and pictures of Paris. Oh, I can't do that for privacy concerns. This leads me to believe you're full of crap. All right? So I know what you tell me. Whether I believe it or not is another issue entirely. I don't believe a lot of the stuff you're telling me because you don't have any proof. Just like you claim to have information on the dark web about me. And when I asked you for copies that would have gone no further than me, you wouldn't do it. And now you don't have that information, of course. So, you're either with me or against me. And in that reference, you're not with me. I asked for the information, you were to release it, you were planning a lawsuit, that never happened, and now you have 2 cents to rub together and a pot to piss in. All right, I'm done. So this is George Senda, the guy from Pittsburgh. Have a great night. Stay warm, wet, dry, or cool as the case may be, and stay safe out there. I'm done for the night with the aggravation of 6-week tenure in my brain. I'm getting another headache. So, Afro Bob, what are you doing coming in so late? I'm leaving. And we don't allow that question in this chat room. So that's a troll question. I removed that before I leave. I've been on for 3 hours and 54 minutes and 22 seconds. And no one's donating my Alien Con hotel room cost. I'll pay it in my own way. I'll probably have to not pay any of my credit cards this month except for Capital One. Until them I'm having a major issue, and I've got to replace the keyboard of my MacBook. So, what the hell are you doing coming in at 12:09? How dare you, sir, come in 4 hours into the show when I'm leaving? How dare you, Mr. Afro Bob? Time to clip your antenna so you can't turn invisible no more. Get rid of you. Well, you know what, Mr. Afro Bob? You got all kinds of Martian equipment on that Mars place. You could be here in seconds, according to the other Martian. I've watched all them shows. You got that Martian super science. You invaded the Earth once. You tried to attack all of us. You died of cold. I don't believe you got the time difference. That shouldn't matter to Martian super science you got there. You got to watch. You get, you got notifications I'm on the air, and it takes you 4 hours to figure out I'm on the air. You claim to come to the Earth through teleportation. Remember, you said you teleport here. That means you have no time difference. You got a transporter to come to the Earth, Mr. Afro Bob. You should not have any problem watching the guy from Pittsburgh at any time, day or night. Because you get told in your notification that if you clicked on the bell, that I am live on the air. So what are you doing, Mr. Afro Bob? I question your credibility in that respect. Yes, sir. Tell me time difference on Mars. I think it takes 8 hours for a signal to go to Mars. I'm not certain on that. I don't remember how long it takes a message to go from the moon. I think it was 25 seconds or something. There was a time lag. But I'm on the air. You get informed of that. You should I'm on the air at 8 o'clock or 8:15. I show up at midnight. What are you doing, boy? Got that rover. Tapping that rover. You can get signals to the Earth from that rover if you pick it up. All right, I'm done. Just end the show on a note of aggravation from two different guys. One claims he doesn't know about Mars, time dilation, and the other one... wait. All right, have a great night, people. Planting crops. Well, maybe you're planting too much Martian weed. I don't know. All right, I'm done. Have a great night, people, and I will be back at some point. The iPad goes off tomorrow. The problem with Skype calls is I don't think I can do Skype. Well, there's another issue. Okay, tomorrow the iPad goes off for repair, and I think Skype. I know Skype is on this, but I don't know if I can't do Skype and be on YouTube at the same time. I'd have to have both devices working, and I don't know how to work that. And once the iPad goes off, there will be no iPad for about a week. So, yeah, catch me next time, but don't tell me you don't know I'm here. If you clicked on the bell, you should be notified if I'm live. Now, I don't have your email. I don't think. Or I send everybody an email. I'm going live. Except I couldn't type the word live because I couldn't type the letter E. So, well, time to go Android. Maybe your Android phone will work better. Last I looked in the Martian landscape, I saw no evidence of cell phone towers on Mars. So, gives whole new meaning to that. Can you hear me now? Oh, God. It's got a Martian. Right. Okay. Yeah, rename you the Martian Phone Hunter. That will be your new name, the Martian Phone Hunter. Rename that. Afro Bob, the Martian Phone Hunter, looking for bars on Mars. Probably been in too many bars on Mars. Oh, God. Why me? Anyway, no one donated in this entire chat. I have, people are not willing to help me. Maybe when they see my train ticket tomorrow, they'll donate to my hotel room and food and expenses. You'll see. And Zoe and one other thing, I think Robert said they're sending me money. So that'll be very nice. That'll help. All right, I'm out of here. I'm going to wait 2 seconds. Wait a minute. There we go. 4 hours. And that was weird. It went 3:59 blip, and then it went immediately. It skipped. We have time dilation here. It went 3:59:58, and then suddenly it said 4 hours and 6 seconds. So somehow, 8 seconds disappeared. That's very odd. I wonder why that happens. All right, I'm done. Have a good night, people. Thanks for watching. And I will be on the air. Kathy will be on the air in the morning when she comes over. I get sleep for Kathy. That's another reason. And I'm hungry, and I'm tired, and the cats need to be fed. Have a good night, and I will catch you next time. Bye.